Wayne Edwards. My word.
Good morning. This is the Board of Appeals, Town of Hempstead, January 10th, 2024, 9:30 meeting. Will everyone please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Mr. Chairman, do you have any opening remarks?
I do. Is there anyone in the audience who has not been here before? Oh, so I guess all of it. Is there anyone who doesn't know how the hearings work? Good. So I can skip it. Happy New Year to everyone. Happy and healthy New Year to everyone. And you can start calling the calendar without my making the remarks that I make every time I sit in this chair.
We have an application for adjournment.
Which case?
Case 824, Merrick, Lori A. Eves, and Adam Vernola. Variances, height, side yard, rear yard, maintain addition to detached garage, also known as 19 Margaret Boulevard.
Good morning.
Morning.
Name and addresses for the record is...
Tina Payello, 549 Hempstead Turnpike, West Hempstead, New York, 11552.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman and members of the board. Wayne Edwards, Sawn Ward, 333 Earl Ovington Boulevard, Uniondale, New York. I represent the adjoining property owner, Mr. and Mrs. Vellante, at 25 Margaret Boulevard, Merrick, New York.
Who's requesting the adjournment?
Both of us, really. My homeowner would like to get a new survey. There was
Okay.
an issue with the side yard setback, and we'd like to see if we could get an adjournment so we can work things out.
You guys think about how much time you need?
Well, if she wants to get a new survey, I'm thinking about a month, if that's possible, just to make sure we have...
If it's a side yard issue and you get a new survey, is there any chance it's going to necessitate going back to buildings and getting?
Yeah, I guess we would have to submit a new site plan with the new
it
setback,
changed.
so I would need more time.
I would suggest, Mr. Chairman and members of the board, that maybe...
Can you speak
Oh,
closer,
sorry.
Mr. Evans?
This chair is very low and I'm back. I would suggest that maybe it be not given a calendar date because it's going to have to go through the building department
idea.
as well. And then when it comes back to you, you can put it back on the calendar because...
Any objection to that?
No, that's
Okay.
fine.
And then someone will notify us, otherwise, if we don't put it on some kind of, date to remember, so you guys will let us know as soon as you know, so we can get you back on.
Yes,
The adjournment is granted sine die.
thank you very much.
Okay?
Thank you. Have a nice day.
Nice to see you,
too.
Mr. Edwards. We haven't seen you in a long time. Happy New Year.
You didn't say that to Ms. Bengala.
The legal acumen in the courtroom goes up when you're in.
We have another application for adjournment, case number 924, Franklin Square, Wilbur Agetta, special exception to maintain second accessory structure, pergola, with lot area occupied variance, also known as 164 Harrison Avenue. Please state your name and address for the record.
Lisa Kushia with Permits R Us, 338 Jericho Turnpike, number 396, Syosset, New York, 11791.
Elena Carrillo, 168 Harrison Avenue, Franklin Square, New York, 11010.
Christopher Crane, 168 Harrison Avenue. Chris,
Yes, someone, tap it. I almost feel it's not really working.
It's working.
Christopher Crane, 168 Harrison Avenue, attorney for Elena Carrillo.
Whose application is it?
So, the application.
You can pick it up if you need to.
Sorry. No, that's okay. I'll sit.
Sit.
Thank you. Happy New Year to all of you. The application for adjournment is actually not from us. We received a phone call yesterday from the zoning board attorney saying that the case would be adjourned today. So we did not come prepared to, or I did not come prepared to represent Mr. Argueta today.
There's been no adjournments on this, right?
I don't
Pergola
believe
case?
so, no.
Right.
This is a
First
case
time
for the
on.
pergola.
All right. Do you want to be heard on the adjournment request?
Okay, what happened was this chair is missing a wheel, so I don't want to.
Oh,
Yeah, it's over
all right,
there.
we got to get rid of that.
Okay, so I had initially.
You got to
Just
speak closer to the mic.
Close to the mic.
Let the
Okay.
lady speak.
I had initially requested an adjournment when we got the notice, because it was just before Christmas, and we thought we needed more time to prepare. So I sent an email to the board, and I got an email back saying, if you want an adjournment, you have to show up at 9:30 and request it in person. You cannot do it by email. This is what I
Correct.
was told. And I
Correct.
have the
That's
copy
correct,
here.
ma'am.
That's correct. So we decided we're not going to adjourn it, and we've spent the last 2.5 weeks, again, with PEs and attorneys and architects. We got our case together. I talked to Mary Ann Bianculli yesterday. I confirmed that we were on for today. She said, yes, there's no adjournment, and therefore we're here
Can't be an adjournment.
to hear this case.
When did you first notify the board that you did not want an adjournment?
I was told that we could not get an adjournment.
No, no.
That's what she said. You have to show up at 9:30.
Sounds like there was a mistake.
Okay, so as far as anyone here knew before yesterday, you were going to adjourn the case. Is that correct?
No, because it's the process that if you're going to request an adjournment, you show up at 9:30.
Right,
Okay.
but, sorry, Mr. Chair.
No, go ahead.
But the thing is, there sounds like there was a miscommunication, because we try to give deference, as you know, to first requests. So obviously what happened was when you sent the email, you do have to show up. But given that we generally try to grant first requests, it was obviously in our office, we thought you were going to come and request it. And as a courtesy to the other side, which we always do, it seems our counsel let them know, okay, she's notified us that she's going to request an adjournment. So as a courtesy, to save everyone money, so you don't have to bring your lawyers and show up and miss work and all that stuff. So miscommunication by all parts, but given there's not been an adjournment in the matter, it seems in the interest of fairness, we can't, if you're not prepared and didn't bring your people, then we'll have to, how much time do we, well, no one here now needs much time. You just need to be able to bring your people, right?
Whenever you're next available, that's fine.
Okay, and is there any date that doesn't work for you?
This afternoon.
No, we're still here for our appeal, for the appeal of those fire.
Okay.
We're still going to present on that today.
What is
That's a
next-
different case.
No, she's just.
Next available date?
February 7th.
At
9:30 or 11?
11, February 7th and 11th. And there's nobody here else in the case, right? Okay.
There was someone who signed in as being interested. Phoebe Massamy.
Okay.
Okay.
So you won't get further notice. Put it now in your calendar for February 7th at 11. No more written notices go out. And Ms.
That's it.
Chia, you'll let your people know, right? All right. have a good
Okay,
day.
have a good day.
See y'all again. Yeah, we
Yeah.
gotta get a new chair. Can we figure out
Oh, there's the wheel.
Where?
where?
The missing wheel is there. Just have to stick it in.
Make sure it's gonna stay in.
Oh, if they don't pick it up.
Generally, any other applications for adjournment? No. Yeah.
Okay, our first case is 324 near Valley Stream, Rachel Husan, renewal of grant to maintain 6-foot-high fence, also known as 100 Jedwood Place.
Is there anyone here on that application? Grant a appearance waiver. It's residential, it's renewal. All right, this being a residential case, and it is a renewal of a grant that was made long ago regarding the 6-foot fence. The building department inspected the premises on October 2nd, 2023, and found that all prior conditions imposed by this board have been complied with. As a result, do I have any questions from the board? If not, do I have a motion? You're going to grant an appearance waiver.
Mr. Chairman, I would move, given that there's no one here in opposition to the matter, and as you stated, the building department found them to be in compliance with all previously imposed conditions, that we grant an appearance waiver to the applicant so that we may proceed in.
Second, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, any abstentions? Any other questions from the board? If not, do I have a motion?
Then I would move, Mr. Chairman, that the matter be placed on the decision calendar and that the applicant be notified by mail once the board renders its decision.
Second, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, any abstentions? Next case.
Next case, 424 Roosevelt Children's Academy Charter School, Incorporated. Renewal of grant to maintain one detached illuminated, single-faced scrolling LED reader board, monument sign, not permitted. Overall size, 50 square feet, 32 square feet, foot permitted, also known as 200 West Centennial Avenue.
Is there anyone here on this case? This is not a residential case. I'm going to put this on second. Yeah. All right, you don't want to put it on second? What? Oh, they're running, all right. So we received a phone call that the applicant is running late, so we're going to put this on second call.
Next case, 524 Near Valley Stream, Najma Usman, renewal of grant to maintain two-family dwelling, also known as
People here.
134 Stewart Avenue.
Usman. Good morning. Have a seat. Swear them in.
Please raise your right hand. I'm sorry. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, or nothing but the truth, so help you God? Please state your names and address for the record.
Hold on, you're going to have to speak into the microphone as close as you can. She has to take it all down, so she has to hear you clearly.
Address, ma'am? Stewart Avenue. Your name, sir? And you are? Okay, and your residence address, sir? Okay. Okay, so this is a renewal of a grant to maintain a two-family dwelling. The premises was inspected by the building department on November 1st, 2023, and they found that all conditions previously mandated by this board have been complied with. Do you have anything else you'd like to add?
No.
Yep.
Can I just ask, which one of you lives in the house, or both?
We both,
Okay, and you still reside there?
yes.
Okay. Mr. Chairman, I would just move that the hearing be closed and that the matter be placed on the decision calendar. You will be notified by mail of the board's decision once it's rendered.
Okay.
Okay?
All right.
Good job.
Second? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed, any abstentions?
Thank you very much.
You're welcome. Have a nice day.
Next case, 124-224 Near Island Park, Eric Vanderos, variance, lot area occupied, maintain outdoor kitchen,
Okay.
special exception to maintain second accessory structure shed with less than required rear and side yard setback, and with lot area occupied variance, also known as 229 Island Parkway. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth,
Many
so help you
people.
God?
Just her.
Please state your name and address for the record.
Who's this guy?
You have to sign this.
Wait a minute.
No, it's not working.
Are these guys here on this case?
Both of them are out, that's all.
Don't know. Technical problems. Got it. Somebody got it. There's a plot plan. So it's the right one. I think he could have given us some better photos. You have a better photo? Oh, you have nice ones. I have the mini.
Does it have to do with
I have the
whether they're
miniaturized.
transmitting two instead of? Where do they, what do they send their sound to? Up here? Because if they're both turning off, I feel like it's the recipient that's.
It's linear and occupied. Maintain and
Where do we charge these? Let's start. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Lisa Koshia with Permits R Us, 338 Jericho Turnpike, number 396, Syosset, New York, 11791. Good morning again, Mr. Chairman and members of the board. I'm here representing Mr. Fonderos, who wishes to maintain and legalize an outdoor kitchen and a shed. This property is located in a Residence B zone. The outdoor kitchen and shed has a lot coverage of 33.01%, where the required is 27.5%. And the shed, which is a secondary structure, has a side and rear yard of 1 foot, where the required is 2 feet. This is a substandard lot. Any improvement would require a variance. These items have existed for over 15 years without incident, and to my knowledge, there are no complaints on file. My clients have since sold their house, and there is money in escrow. Mr. Fonderos respectfully requests your approval.
Was this house the subject of a variance at one point?
At one point before this, I'm
Yes,
not 100% sure.
because it's a substandard lot. That's why I asked. And I would be curious to see if there were any conditions that were imposed if it was subject to a variance.
Is it a home that might have been built before 33 or something? If you know.
This was built in 55, this home, I believe.
Do you have any other questions, Joe?
No.
Any other questions from the board? If
No.
not,
Mr. Chairman.
board have a motion.
I would move the hearing be closed, the matter be placed on the decision calendar. Ms. Kochia, you'll be notified by mail of the board's decision once it's rendered.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
All in favor?
Aye.
Next case, 624 Woodmere, Jacob Weinstein and Deborah Rapp Weinstein. Variances, lot area occupied, side yards aggregate, construct two-story addition attached to dwelling, also known as 766 West Broadway.
Keep them. Thanks.
Andrew Shear, 391 Garfield Avenue, West Hempstead, New York, 11552. Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. Happy
Morning,
New Year.
Mr. Shearer.
I'm
can we
here
help you?
representing the Weinsteins, who are requesting a variance for lot area occupied and side yard aggregate. We are adding proposing to add a two-story addition on the front of on the side of the house that will be in line with the existing side yard, which is 5 foot 1 inch. There is an existing variance for the west side, which was 1 foot 7, which brings our side yard aggregate to 6 foot 8 inches. That is existing, and we are not changing that that variance. Yes, so that is the request for the side yard aggregate. The lot coverage in Zone B, we're requesting for 27.5 is the maximum. We're requesting 29.5, where the existing is 26.6.
It was granted, he's not extending any further in his side yard, so. Yeah. Just give us a minute, Mr. Shearer.
No problem. Thank you. I do have 3 letters from neighbors that have no issue with it. One of them is a neighbor adjacent, and I could submit those.
Thank you, we'll take that into evidence.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, were you the agent that represented, or architect that represented the people in 2002?
No, I was not.
Are you familiar with the decision that the board made in 2002 on that grant for the existing side yard?
I did not, not fully. No.
Did you ever look at the plot plan that was for that case?
I did see the plans. I did, nothing stood out, but I didn't see anything on that.
So could you represent that the plot plan that is before us today, drawn 8/17/22, is what the board granted on that side yard of 1 foot 7 inches?
I believe so, yes.
Thank you.
Any other questions from the board? If not, do I have a motion?
Mr. Chairman, I move that hearing be closed, the matter be placed on the decision calendar. Mr. Shear, you'll be notified by mail of the board's decision once it's ready. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed, any abstentions? Next case.
Next case, 724, near Valley Stream, Maria Santos, Darlene Morel, and Manassas Antonio Santos. Special exception to maintain koi pond larger than permitted and exceeding horizontal maximum. Maintain filter with less than required side yard setback. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Please state your name and address for the record.
Tina Pangallo, 549 Hempstead Turnpike, West Hempstead, New York, 11552. Good morning, Chairman, members of the board.
Good morning.
Representing Maria Santos of 1082 Francis Drive in Valley Stream. The property is located on the north side of Francis Drive, 200.85 feet west of Malice Street in Residence B. We're requesting a variance to maintain a koi pond larger than permitted and exceeding the horizontal maximum, and maintaining a filter with less than the required side yard setback. The maximum length and width allowed is 12 by 12. The length and width provided is 20 feet 8 inches by 9 feet. The maximum square footage allowed is 144 square feet, and the square footage provided is 175.66 square feet. The minimum side yard setback for an accessory structure is 2 feet, and the filter setback is 1 foot. Mrs. Santos purchased the property in 2019 and did not know there were no permits for the pond and an in-ground pool. She received a letter from the building department about the in-ground pool, and that is how she came to find out that the previous owner had hired an architect to file an application for the pool, and it was an objection because she needed to file for this pond. She's trying to get everything legalized herself now, and she's respectfully asking the board to grant this variance.
You have an application to close out the open building permit on the pool, correct?
The application is up at the building department for the pool, yes.
Was the letter, if you know, was the letter that she received regarding the pool and its permitting, was that sort of like some form letter that just goes out, or was it, did it happen because, let's say, someone complained, or do we know?
It was a form letter that, you know,
Shows
your
an open
application is
permit.
objection, it's dormant, and that's how she came to realize that this was done before she purchased the house.
Have you been to the premises?
Yes,
Is the pool properly enclosed?
yes, it is.
Okay.
Any other questions from the board? If not, do I have a motion?
Chairman, I would move that the hearing be closed, the matter be placed on the decision calendar. Ms. Pangallo, you'll be notified by mail of the board's decision once it's rendered.
Thank you very much.
Second, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed, any abstentions?
Next case, 1024 West Hempstead, David B. and Ariella Kesselman. Variances, lot area occupied, front yard average setback, construct addition, two-story addition, and open porch, all attached to dwelling, also known as 487 Madison Avenue.
David Kesselman, 487 Madison Avenue in West Hempstead, New York.
Andrew Shear, 391 Garfield Avenue, West Hempstead, New York, 11552. Good morning again.
Morning again.
I am here representing the Kesselmans, who are requesting variance for lot area occupied and front yard average setback to construct an addition onto their home. The, excuse me.
Doubling the size of the house.
The lot coverage for Residence B is 27.5% maximum. We're at 31.7%. There are no other variances for the side or rear yard. The front yard average setback is,
Wait, Mr. Shear.
Yes.
You said we're at 31.7. Do you mean
That's
before the proposed addition?
after.
After,
We're
okay,
at.
so we're proposing,
right.
okay.
We're proposing 31.7, correct. And the front yard average setback, which is listed on the variance, but we are at 25'2", and we're not going forward of the house.
What is the average in that area?
25'4". I'm not actually sure why it's on the variance, actually.
Wait. Is 25.2 what you're proposing, or what the average is?
We're proposing 25'2", which is existing and proposed,
Right.
and 25'4", I guess, is the average. So we're 2 inches under the average.
Well, 0.2,
0.2, yeah,
0.2 feet.
0.2 feet, yeah. Right. So that is our
That's your
request.
case.
Mr. Shear, your request isn't overly significant, percentage-wise, I understand. Looking at the site plan, it looks like doubling the size of the house.
Understood, yes. I was waiting for that, sure.
So might you just tell us in a couple sentences why your client needs this?
So, yeah, so it's actually a pretty small existing house, and they currently have, I think we were just talking, he has 3 kids sharing 1 bedroom upstairs, and it's, the way the upstairs is laid out with 1 bedroom over the garage, it steps down, and it's just a very awkward setup into the house. So we're basically doing a rear addition, which will add a kitchen and a family room on the first floor, and it'll extend their dining room, because the dining room and the kitchen are right now very small, so the kitchen is going to become part of the dining room, and then they're going to add a kitchen and a family room. Upstairs, they're going to add 2 bedrooms and 2 bathrooms.
The expanding family?
Expanding,
Okay,
yeah.
Thank you.
So
Just wanted to make.
that is the case, yes.
Move the hearing, oh, sorry. Mr. Chairman, I would just move the hearing be closed, the matter be placed on the decision calendar. Mr. Shear, you and your client will be notified by mail of the board's decision once it's rendered. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Next case, 1124 to 1424 Wantor, Mario and Meredith Racinos. Variance, lot area occupied, side yards aggregate, construct 1-story, 2-story, and 2nd-story additions to dwelling. Variance, lot area occupied, maintain shed with less than required side and rear yard setbacks. Special exception to maintain second accessory structure shed with lot area occupied variance and less than required side yard setback. Variance, side yard, maintain AC unit attached to dwelling, also known as 1300 Holiday Park Drive. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, I do.
Please state your names and addresses for the record.
Thank you, Chairman, members of the board. My name is Todd O'Connell, doing business at 1200 Veterans Highway, Hauppauge, New York, here with Mr. Racinos.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Mario Racinos, 1300 Holiday Park Drive in Wanton.
All righty. Thank you very much for, yes, we do, quite a few. The main purpose of this application that was brought before you is that the Racinos family is looking to add a family room onto their house, enlarge their kitchen, and gain a couple extra rooms. It is an existing split-level home. The additions are happening on the left side of the residence itself. But with what he's looking to accomplish, we would need to come to this board for some, what I like to call minor reliefs. To tell you a little bit about the home aspect of it, we're asking for a lot area occupied of 28.94%, where 25% is required. I would like to state that the house itself is actually 24.7%. The remaining square footage is for walkways that happen to be raised to get into the front door, a little uncovered patio in the back so they could get out the back of their house, an open portico, and sheds.
Is it a raised elevated
It's because it's
walkway?
raised more than 8 inches, the building department counted it.
So it is raised more than 8 inches?
That's it, it's the only way into the house, but all of these items count. But, you know, these are all very small, you know, items that don't really add to the density of the home. So we feel that, in retrospect, it's really a minor request that we're asking for.
Is part of that raised walkway the patio pavers in the back?
No, the patio pavers are ground level. It's the platform that goes out the back door, so you could get down onto the patio paver. It's the front paver walk, and then the front portico, open portico to get in the front door.
Thank you.
How raised are the pavers? How's that even?
Well, the pavers are ground level. The ones in the front, the ones in the front, they're about a foot over the grade. It's just, but it counts, because it's more than 8 inches.
What do you do, like lay a concrete slab and then lay them on top?
Yes.
Okay.
Yep. So it's one of those strange, you know, requests, but it's unfortunately it counts because he's up on a hill kind of, so it's, you know, you have to get up to the front door. We're also here because he has 2 sheds. These sheds are extremely small. They're 7 by 7. You know, but unfortunately he didn't realize he needed a permit for it. They're set in the back corners of the property. You know, he just needs it for storage, his kids' toys, you know, just some excess storage for his yard items. But, you know, being that they're so small, we feel it's a de minimis request to be able to keep them.
What are the required rear and side yards?
The rear and side yards is a fairly large request for, I mean, 2 foot's required, and I believe we're, you know, just over 1 foot on no sheds. I mean, the reality is they could be moved. It's, you know, it's just such a small shed. It's 7 by 7. They're tiny.
Is that both sheds?
Both sheds, yes.
Mr.
Yeah.
O'Connell?
Yes.
On your site plan, where the notes indicate proposed 2-story addition, the arrow goes to what's marked on it as 1-story. So,
No, the
hold on. So is that entire, is the 1-story, you see the problem?
Yep, I see what you're saying.
Okay, so what is the 2-story addition?
Well, the 2-story addition in other words, we're building an addition to the back of the residence, but the second floor does not encompass the entire footprint of the 1-story we proposed, which you would see on the floor plan. The second floor sets in.
I just want to know what portion of this request is the 2-story portion. And it's not where the arrow is pointing, because that says 1-story. See, it says proposed 2-story addition. Then it points to what's marked on it as a 1-story. So I just want to clarify what part is 2 stories.
Just 10 foot of it.
Which 10 feet?
From the back of the house going back is 10 feet.
So the part that's double hatched, not where the arrow is
Correct.
pointing.
That's correct.
So this is the 2-story, and then it drops down to a 1-story there.
That's correct.
The 16 includes the 1.
The aggregate side yard relief that we're asking for, you know, it's the existing side yard setbacks on the house. It's, you know, it's 15 foot's required. We're at 14.7. It's a minus request, but it's already there. We're just going vertical.
I agree.
So it's, you know, we really, you know, for 3 inches, it didn't really make sense to hold the second floor in. So the last request is just for an AC condenser on the side of the property, which is existing, which yields a 3-foot side yard setback to the property line on the left side of the house. or the south side of the house. He has, spoken with the neighbor has no issues with it. It's, a fairly silent compressor, it's a higher SEER, so it's, but there's no issues with the neighbor on that side.
The sheds, where does the water run off on the sheds? Is it dump on the neighbor's property? And do you have photos of that?
Well, I never actually analyzed it for water runoff, to be honest with you. Can you answer that? or-
Yeah, it goes to the neighbor's property. There's no issues. She's never complained about it.
How about last night?
Never been an issue.
Last night, all the storm. I mean, you can't have that. Mr. O'Connell, what do you propose to mitigate the runoff of the water and the rain on the neighbors' properties on both sheds? There
Well,
has to be a-
I can't say it's actually going on to, I mean, we are, a little bit away
Did you
from
hear
it,
what he
but.
just said?
Yes, I did.
And?
So it's the one I mean, if we had to, we could shift it over a little bit. It's just, these are these tiny little sheds, but I don't think it really has that much runoff. And it's only half the shed.
They run off on the neighbor's property, period.
Right.
If it's elevated, then it's gonna be more
Right.
runoff. It's an issue that I think it needs to be addressed, in addition to
We can move it to the 2-foot required.
both of them. Okay.
And all right, so this is, that way it's clear to the building inspectors and stuff if they review these materials.
Thank you.
So the first floor addition
Can I
is the.
just finish
Oh, go
this?
ahead, I'm sorry, I thought you were
That's
done.
okay, no. Mr. O'Connell?
Yes.
If those sheds, if we take you up on your moving the sheds both 2 feet off the, would it then need a variance?
No?
So you would want to?
Well, for 2 accessory structures,
That's
you would,
right.
but it wouldn't need a variance for setback.
Okay.
So the bathroom, changing room, and that portion in the back is the 1-story. The 2-story is the section that connects the 1-story with the house, right?
Correct.
And then the 2nd-story addition is the whole section that's marked as the proposed second-floor addition.
Correct.
And then the bathroom, changing room is a 1-story, right?
That is correct.
Okay, good. Thank you.
Any other questions?
Mr. O'Connell? Yes, please.
Go right ahead.
I'm looking at the Google Earth maps, and it appears that there's a cargo container in the driveway on this picture. Is there one there now?
Wasn't when I was there.
And there is, yeah, because we were trying to put storage away for the,
Like a pod or
For the
something?
It's
construction.
not a pod, it's a big container.
That's this big.
That's,
It is there now?
yes,
How,
How long has it been there?
probably a couple of months.
it's gotta go.
and it's, you're gonna add on to your house, so I can understand you have to move some stuff to
That stuff in there.
break the walls out, and, whatever.
Yeah,
How,
that trailer is there, just like people who do construction, they put pods in their property all the time.
Pods
That's
are
all the
much
story.
This is
smaller,
bigger.
and pods require a permit. I mean, you know what a cargo
Yeah.
container, have you seen it? Have you been to?
No, I haven't been, when I was there was no
Gail?
cargo because we weren't anywhere close to
Gail?
construction.
It's been there a couple of months, so.
Go ahead.
Dale's, Mrs. Paradise is gonna show you that, just, and I think you'll
how long
agree
do you
that you get it.
anticipate it needing to be there? I get you can't
Just for
control.
duration of construction, that was the only reason,
How long is that? How long do you expect it to be there?
probably 4 months.
No.
4
this
months
is-
from when
it's
you
a
get the permit?
freaking- No, that's,
I mean, it's a fairly significant construction
Thank you.
job.
It was just, like I said, just to maintain all the stuff that we have in the house, all our furniture,
I
just to
understand.
store it all, on site, so that when the construction was done, it was
should be.
Understand he needs to.
the building department allows pods with permits, and it's much smaller, and it's located not in the front yard. This has been there 4 months already, and you anticipate another 4 months?
I think that's optimistic, to be honest, but
As one of the board members, I find this very objectionable. It completely changes the character of the neighborhood. As you don't have to admit, but you,
have you had any complaints?
no. No one's complaining about it.
We'll take it up, we'll figure it out.
I mean, we'll, get the proper permits for any pods, you know.
Why don't, it's not a,
I mean,
this
it's
is.
different
this looks-
size, but.
No, this would never get a permit. It's too big, it's in the front yard, it's just, they don't allow, this is not a pod.
But it is temporary,
It needs a permit.
but you said you won't be able to.
Has your family moved out of the house?
No.
So you're still living there?
Are
So,
you-
oh, go ahead.
Are you planning to be able to still live in the house while you do the construction?
That was our plan, to stay in the house, because we have nowhere to go. There's no family in the area. Accommodate a family of 6, so,
So you have furniture in there?
yes.
No, I want him to figure it out.
How about you put it in a storage unit?
Exactly. Mr. O'Connell?
Yes.
My recommendation to my colleagues when we do our deliberation is that this container gets removed. So, that being said, I'm gonna recommend to my colleagues that the case be placed on reserve decision. And we'll hold it until you come up with an alternative to this container. This is, in my opinion,
Can
is,
you hold on one second?
yes, unacceptable.
Okay. Not to hold up the decision, I just spoke with my client, and he will remove the pod as a condition to the variance approval. He will remove it.
Thank you.
That would be fine. How long do you think it would take?
2 weeks.
Not a pod.
Okay, so that's fine, thank you for doing that. So it's to be removed within 2 weeks.
Yes.
I would have no more complaints or objections.
Any other questions or comments from the board or complaints?
Mr. Chairman, I would just move that the hearing be closed, the matter be placed on the decision calendar. Mr. O'Connell, you and your client will both receive a copy of the board's decision by mail once it's rendered.
Second.
Thank you.
All in
Have a nice
favor?
Thank you very much. Enjoy the rest of your day.
Opposed,
You
any
too.
abstentions?
Next case, 1524 Woodmere, Ruth and Alan Friedman. Variances, lot area occupied, side yards aggregate, construct dwelling with garage, cellar entrance, balcony, and roofed-over open porches, demolish existing dwelling, also known as 309 Grant Avenue. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Please state your names and addresses for the record.
Didn't hear that. Could- it's- No, it is, but she just has a very soft voice.
Ruth Friedman, 810 Bryan
Better.
Street.
Alan Friedman, 810 Bryan Street, Woodmere. Alan Friedman, 810 Bryan Street, Woodmere.
Dominic Minerva, Minerva and D'Agostino, 107 South Central Avenue, Valley Stream, New York, attorney for the applicant. Good morning.
Good morning.
The application before you today is for area variances to construct a new dwelling. Subject premises is known as 309 Grant Avenue in Woodmere. It's also known as Section 39, Block 195, and Tax Lot 36 on the Nassau County Land and Tax Map. The variances requested are for lot area with 27.5% required and 33.44% proposed, and side yard aggregate with 24 feet required and 17.5 feet provided.
Just for the record, Mr. Minerva, just to correct it, for lot area occupied, because we're not doing lot area. You know, that's a way different variant. I know you know that. I think you just misspoke.
I said lot area occupied.
I didn't hear occupied.
Oh, okay.
Either
That's
way,
okay.
as long as the record reflects it.
Sorry. Okay. The applicants, Mr. and Mrs. Freeman, have lived around the corner on Bryan Street for the last 15 years and have outgrown their current dwelling. They purchased this property to construct a new home for themselves and their 4 kids. They also have older parents that stay with them frequently. They plan on selling their existing home once the construction is complete and they can move in. We have a petition to submit from the neighbors that consented to the granting of the requested variances, as well as a marked-up radius map. I would note that includes the neighbor directly adjacent to the south, the neighbors across the street, and the neighbor behind.
Silverman, is that the one?
Yes, Silverman is one of the neighbors that consented. Similar variances have been granted for properties depicted on the radius map. At 313 Forest Avenue, a variance was granted for side yard aggregate. For an addition, under case number 2652 of 85, and directly next door to the subject premises at 307 Grant Avenue, variances for front yard setback and lot area occupied were granted for a new home with 36.5% lot coverage approved under case numbers 185 of 18 and 63 of 2020, greater than the applicant's request for a 33.44% lot area occupied variance. The variances are minor in nature. The proposal is in keeping with the character of the area, and other similar variances granted, and will not be detrimental to surrounding property owners, rather will only be an improvement to the area. We're available to answer any questions the board may have.
How many square feet, Mr. Minerva?
The house, it's, I think it's just over 5,200, 2,600, it's between 2,500 and 2,600 per floor.
And what about the basement? Because that's being requested as, so is it 3 times that?
Yes, the basement is correct, it's about 2,500 square feet per floor,
So
not including the
7,500
basement.
square foot house.
With the basement, yes.
How many kids?
They have 4 kids. And the basement's basically gonna be, you know, the playroom.
Yes.
What is the required side yard aggregate?
The required side yard aggregate is 24 feet, and we're proposing 17.5.
And that's because it's an 80-foot wide.
That's, it's an 8-foot wide, 30% of 80 is the 24. Yeah, otherwise, you know, the side yard aggregate wouldn't have been as large if our lot was not as wide.
Understood, thank you.
So if we wanted a 60-foot lot, we would have met the setback requirements.
Yes, thank you.
I apologize, Mr. Minerva, I didn't hear because I was looking at the plans. What was the proposed lot area occupied?
Proposed lot area occupied is 33.44%. And I had noted that the house directly next door received a lot area occupied variance of 36.5%.
However, that lot was a 60 by 100, not as big as your client's
Yes,
lot.
that's correct. That's a 60 by 100, yes.
What's this lot, 80 by 100?
It's an 80 by 100, which is why we need the 24-foot lot width, a side yard aggregate. If we were on the 60 by 100, we'd be conforming to those side yard requirements.
Oh, the house with the basement is 7,500 square feet. That's big.
Any other questions from the board? If not, do I have a motion?
Move that the hearing be closed, the matter be placed on the decision calendar. Mr. Minerva, you and your clients will all receive a copy of the board's decision by mail once it's read. Thank you. Have a nice day.
All in favor? Any opposed, any abstentions?
Thank you, have a good day.
Two.
You too, Mr. Minerva.
Next case, 1624 Franklin Square, Salvatore Furca. Variance, side yard, maintain 2 AC units attached to dwelling, also known as 172 Frame Street. Do you swear or affirm to tell
We should have closed them, shouldn't it? Although there's no objection from the neighbor.
Peter Toth, 370 Harrison Avenue, Massapequa, New York, 11758. I'm representing Salvatore Furca of 172 Frame Street of Franklin Square, New York, 11010. We have a side yard variance that we're asking for relief where 5 foot is required, and we're sitting at 2.5.
Any complaints from any of the neighbors?
No, and it's actually set behind a fence.
How did your client come to know that they needed to be legalized?
Once doing the other additions that all have permits. This just
So
came
the
up.
inspector was there and said, oh, hey, by the way. you need-"
Correct. There was an additional unit added onto it that we had to maintain. There was one existing, they added a second to, adhere to the addition. And what happened was that needed a permit for both of them, triggering the side yard variance. No, sir.
Yeah, TOTH.
That has been removed. Yeah, as I heard. At this given point, I don't know if this is still holding up the NECOs. I'd have to really verify that, but I believe so.
To the extent there are any that aren't still open.
You'll
that
close
would
it.
be part of this process.
They certainly would.
Okay. And any other questions from the board?
Move that the hearing be closed, the matter be placed on the decision calendar. Mr. Toth, is it?
Yes.
You'll be notified by mail of the board's decision once it's ready.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All in favor?
Aye.
It's 10:33. We're going to take a 10-minute break to give the court reporter a chance to exercise her
Get the
fingers.
blood back in her fingers,
Right.
hands, arms, wrists, all of the above.
Okay? lucky guy, Nicolella.
Next case, 1724 Levittown, Gaurav Chaudhary and Lovely Mazumdar. Variance, side yards aggregate, construct 1- and 2-story additions and portico attached to dwellings, also known as 572 North Newbridge Road. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, I do.
Please state your name and address for the record.
John Tufel, professional engineer, 707 Route 110, Farmingdale, New York.
Morning. Can you hold on 1 minute? Grace? Can you ask these people, because apparently these people are interested, opposed, can they check the box? You know, I can tell you by the look on the face. Okay, Mr. Tufel, you can proceed.
Good morning. Good morning, Mr. Chairman
Morning.
and members of the board. I'm here today representing Gaurav Chaudhary and Lovely Mazumdar of 572 North Newbridge Road in Levittown, who are seeking a variance for side yards aggregate to construct a 2-story addition with a 1-story portion on the north side of their home. The zone is LPRD, where a 15-foot aggregate side yards is required, and we are requesting 12.2 feet. We'd like to note that part of the submitted site plan may mention a proposed 13.2-foot aggregate side yard. That's a mistake if you see that on the plan. The site plan itself shows the actual request, which is 12.2 feet aggregate. Sure. Sorry, you got the small one there, I see.
Sure.
Okay, so hold on.
Want to set a
You're
plan?
actually requesting 12.2.
12.2, correct, correct.
What are we saying, that something's inaccurate on?
Yeah, there's a table there that shows the site information,
Okay,
and the copy of the plan I have shows 13.2 as the aggregate, but that's a mistake.
we gotta correct that, or the building department's gonna come, you know, when they come out and look at it, it says that you're approved at 13 and you're only given 12.
12.
Right, and like I said, the site plan itself is correct. With the south, we have 7.2 feet, the north is 5 feet.
Oh, yeah, there you go. Here. Change it on the official one here.
And initial.
Initial.
Oh, thank you very much.
Where is, thank you.
So, Mr. Tufel, on the north side of the site plan, there's a number 5.0, there's a number 3.0. Both seem to indicate the fence, the distance, something to do with the fence, but the fence is also, I'm not sure if the fence is on the property line or not.
Yeah, the fence on the north is the neighbor's fence.
Well, both of them? Well, let me rephrase it. So I see where it says neighbor's fence, and that is on a line that is not on what seems to be the property line.
Yes,
So is the line that seems to be the property line, is that in fact the property line?
yes, it is, yes,
So
it
the
is.
neighbor's fence on its own property is set in from its own property line a bit in places.
Correct, it's
Okay.
on, right.
So now the 5.0 that goes to, that seems to go to the fence, right? You see that 5.0?
Yes, but my copy anyway shows it to the property line. It would be definitely not to the.
I'm sorry, you're right, I meant property line. Okay, and now, then there's a 3.0 right next to it identical almost, with arrows to the same location. What is that for?
See, I don't see a 3.0 on my copy. Let me look at this other one here.
On mine, it's right next to the 5.0. I'm just not clear on what it,
But it's definitely 5.0, but let me see. Thank you, ma'am.
you need the magnifying glass too.
Yeah, that is a 5. I don't see, oh, I see what you say. You see a 3. Oh, I think they're saying the 3 is to the chimney. That might be what that's
The
indicated.
arrow goes straight, okay. The arrow looks like it's, okay.
I know, I apologize. The site plan's a little confusing. There's a lot of arrows there.
So we know, so the 5.0 is that side yard distance to the house, right?
To the proposed two-story addition.
The 12.2.
Right, actually, it's a 1-story at that portion where the 5.0 is.
Right, I just want to make sure that,
Sure, of course.
all right, so other than the side yard, somewhat de minimis side yard request, you seek no other variances, correct?
That's correct.
Okay.
Just the 12.2 for side yards aggregate.
Okay, is there anything else you wish to add at this time?
No, I don't.
We have some people in opposition. Would you like to use the podium?
Can we make sure that, thank you.
Yeah, it will be.
Mr. Tufel, on the, I'm sorry.
No, I was
Yes, sir.
Ma'am, before you begin, just, on the rear, it looks like steps. Is that steps to the second floor? Proposed 1-story?
Oh, no,
addition?
I think you're just looking at the hatching there.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, those aren't steps. That is the actual 1-story addition. That's the one-story portion of the addition.
Okay, thank you.
That's what I was just going to ask.
Yes, sir.
Sure. My name is Jean Zagorski, my husband Arthur, 578 North Newbridge Road, Levittown.
Speak a little louder.
Speak a little louder.
I'm so sorry, is that better?
Yeah, it's just harder to hear up here than it seems.
Okay. My name is Jean Zagorski, 578 North Newbridge Road, Levittown. I am the next door neighbor to this house. We have our master bedroom is right there on the right side of our house, and where they want to build the addition will butt up against our house. We have no issue with them building, 0. I have a problem with them putting a window right against our master bedroom window. As their house stands now, it used to be a rental house. There is a window up there that looked into our bedroom window, but it was like 15, 20 feet away. But we caught people like looking in. It is what it is. But now you want to put a window that close to my bedroom window. I don't appreciate that. If it's possible, I don't mind, again, 1 story, 2 stories is fine. But if it's possible not to have a window facing into my window where they can see into my master bedroom.
Is there, since I don't have, hold up plan, is it possible, like, let's say the window is right across from your window?
I have a picture
Is
of our
there-
house, if that doesn't help you.
Well, we can't take it into evidence.
I understand.
You can't keep your phone.
I
It
understand.
was printed. But is there, like, if the window were moved one way, 5 feet one way or the other, is that?
We have 2 windows, so
You do, or the applicant?
we have 2, one on each side of the whole side of our house. If that window was to be in a centered position, I don't think I'd have a problem with it. But again, it's our master bedroom, and like I said, we had renters next door that actually, I caught them staring, you know what I mean? And it gives me the willies.
Yeah.
There's no other way to say it. And again, there's many houses in Levittown that have partitions built.
Have you seen where the windows are proposed on this addition?
No, we just got
Okay.
home from vacation,
Ma-
unfortunately. We just
Okay,
got the letter.
may I ask that, have a seat next to Mr. Tufel and let him show you where the windows are. There may not be any argument.
Is it the left elevation, Mr. Tupel, that is adjacent to your house? Is it the left?
It would be, I believe you're the house to the north, where they're gonna.
Yes, they're to the
To
north.
the left, yes, to the
So
left.
that's the left elevation? It's the window.
Which would be, yeah, so this will be what faces your house.
So
these,
he only wants to do one story on this side, because according to us, it was 2 stories up, which is where our bedroom window is.
yeah, so this back portion is only gonna be 1 story. Oh, thank you. This will only be 1 story. This is the 2-story area, and the 2 windows are towards the front part of that.
This is Newbridge Road facing it.
This is, would be from your house when you're looking at this.
So their front door is gonna stay where it is, they're gonna build
Well,
their
this
garage.
is the side, right? This is the side that faces your house. This is the front door over
So
here.
they're not coming to us, they're building back into the fence?
They're coming after you. They'll be 5 feet. I can show you.
Right, so those windows would be moved then, all windows.
Those are the actual windows that will be put in, will be
Right,
in
this
this
is his
area.
front door.
Right.
He wants 2 windows here, he used to have 1 right here. Now he wants 2 windows exactly at our 2 windows?
Is it the master bedroom, the proposed new master bedroom, Mr. Dubois?
Yeah, I believe it is, yeah.
Okay, and it's the left elevation, it's those 2 windows on the second floor on the left elevation?
Right, that's what
And
it,
if I
right,
look at
yes.
the floor plan, that appears to be the new master bedroom for the applicant, or no?
That's correct. So these are those 2 windows here.
Yeah, that's where we have the problem, they're directly at our 2 windows, like, 5 feet away.
Is there,
If we had 1 window situated in a different spot, I mean, with that.
1 window centered, I don't think I'd mind as much, because then you really, like, you have to do one of these to look into my bedroom, I guess. I'm not saying that peekaboo people, but we had renters there, and we're peekaboo, so we're kind of like, we've been punched, you understand?
Mr. Tufel?
And this is a 2-story house. And this
I'm going over there, when?
you're on the 2nd story.
See the way the house is built? House, garage, house, garage. They chose to take out the garage when the people prior to us living there 30 years ago, they took the garage out to rent the house.
And your bedroom, so you're not, is on the 2nd
It's
floor
always
of your
had
house.
the 2nd floor. We have the windows open, like I said, we have no problem, noise, whatever. But
Right.
looking into our window was where we freaked out, and we put up a bush, but that's not gonna stay forever, it dies.
And you're at 578, your address?
Because it
To the
would not
left.
oppose them building, this is all about the window.
So if they were to put a new window here, where would you like it to be? I mean, like
It
more
would
towards
have
the
to be-
back?
Yeah, it would have to be either central or way back, because the way our house is, if this house is gonna butt to the same as us, that's basically the positions of our windows, like, or here and there.
Yeah, I was just talking with, and she wouldn't mind 1 window on that side.
We're okay, as long as
But-
it's not direct, centered.
Okay, and so I can work with the homeowner and see somehow we'll just get 1 window on that side and locate it, wherever it's not objectionable.
Okay, so what we would need to do is hear the remainder of the testimony, and then close the matter and put it on reserve, and have you, assuming all you do is move windows, I don't see any reason why you have to go back to building department, and then you would just, even if you just come in and mark up the plan, the one with the orange dot in our file, or produce a new one, whatever you, so that we hold it on reserve until we get the revised plan with your initials on it, whatever.
Okay.
Into our file, so we know what would be granted and if we are inclined to grant it, right?
So we need to give the revised plan to the ZBA.
Unless you do it right, I think you gotta talk to your applicant, right? Otherwise, if you wanna mark it up now,
Okay.
but I think you said you have to talk to your client.
Well, yeah, I think we're gonna have to do that,
So
yeah.
yeah, we'll hear the rest of the testimony, close the case, put it on reserve, and then if you can reach some resolution of that one matter, we'll we'll deliberate on the case as soon as you give us the new plan that seems to be agreeable.
Okay, which may not be today, but we can.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay. Okay, great.
Just submit that one sheet that has it, and then have the neighbor sign off on it as well.
Okay, got it.
That
But we
does
need the
everything?
plan fixed, too.
He's gonna fix that, just that one sheet.
Okay, as long as, but he can't do it today.
No. So,
I guess we're all
as
saying the
Mrs.
same thing.
D'Amato said, we'll keep it on reserve decision, and, or we'll put it on reserve.
Very good.
We'll hear the
And then
rest
you
of,
figure it out. It's all
and then if there's
basically
any
done.
additional testimony you wish to give, you can do so. If you're done, you're fine. And if the other person wants to speak, your husband. Okay, do you want to give us any more testimony, or are you finished? Okay, and your husband, okay, good. So, Ms. Tufel, is there anything else you wish to add then?
No, ma'am.
Okay.
Yeah, we'll work with you.
All right, folks, then if there's no one else here who wishes to be heard on the matter, Mr. Chairman, I would move that the hearing be closed, the matter be placed on the decision calendar, and everyone who signed in will receive a copy of the board's decision by mail once it's ready. Thank you. Have a nice day.
Thank you.
Aye. Thank you, Mr. Tufel.
Thank you. Have a nice day. Thanks.
Thank you, and good night.
Our next case, 1824 Uniondale, Guillermo Ramirez Soriano, Martira Aldui de Ramirez, and Zuleika Y. Herrera Aldui. Variances, side yards aggregate, maintain roof over and exterior basement stairs attached to dwelling, also known as 361 Green Grove Avenue. Please state your name and address for the record.
Tina Pengallo, 549 Hempstead Turnpike, West Hempstead, New York, 11552. Hello again. Representing the owners of 361 Green Grove Avenue in Uniondale. The property is located on the east side of Green Grove Avenue, 40 feet north of Webster Avenue in Residence B. We're requesting a variance to maintain a roof-over patio and exterior stairs to basement that violate the side yard and side yard aggregate. The side yard required is 5 foot, and the side yard provided is 4.9 feet. The side yard aggregate required is 15 feet, and the aggregate provided is 10.9 feet. A variance was granted in 2018 for the previous owner for a side yard aggregate for the attached garage as well. At the time, a certificate of completion was also issued for a finished basement with a bathroom. The Herreras purchased the home in 2018 and did some renovations to the basement and added the entrance and the roof over. The alterations to the basement are part of this application with the building department, and there were violations issued, and they're trying to resolve the issues, and we're respectfully asking the board to grant
What were
this
the
variance.
violations issued?
Construction without a permit.
The basement, the roofed over stairs, or the basement and?
Just a general, that was
Reconstruction.
just a general violation.
Ms. Pengallo, so I'm looking at, how many stories is the house? Because I don't have a full set of plans,
2,
not including the basement.
correct.
Okay, so I have a basement plan here, at least, floor plan. So on that floor plan, there is a note that walls to be removed that is part of, at the bottom of the stairs. So there are a number of rooms down here. You can imagine what I'm thinking.
Yes, I can.
One says finished storage, and it has a door. It's at the bottom of the stairs. If you turn the other direction at the bottom of those stairs, there's another room that used to have a door, but that's the walls and cheek walls and door that it says to be removed. And obviously, there's a 3/4 bath down there and some other stuff.
Yes, they added a shower.
Pardon me?
There was a permit for a 2-piece bath from the previous owner.
Right.
So these new owners added a shower and added some walls. So
Right.
that was.
So what is
part of
this, is that walls to be removed, is that an old notation, or is that part of this?
That's part of this.
Okay, is that something the building department asked for, or your client just offered up, or I'm,
The plan examiner asked for,
okay.
to have more of an open floor plan.
Have you been in this basement, Miss Pengal?
Yes.
And, I mean, I see outside what's now called the laundry room, a washer and dryer, and a slop sink, or, laundry sink. What all's down there? I mean, it clearly looks like it used to be rooming houses or rooms or apartment or something.
Right, it could have been something that was going on there. There was no kitchen down there when I was there, but there were rooms, you know, that, there was no beds there, but I don't know what was there before I got there.
You forgive me if you mentioned it. When did your client buy this home?
2019.
And why did they, what was the reason for adding the stairs?
I can't say for sure.
They, okay. Huh, because those other rooms at the bottom that were, that the one where the room is to be removed?
Yes.
You know, basically what those two doors did is not allow the people from the inside of the house to get into the basement area.
Right.
And so then you add the stair, you understand.
Yes, it has the appearance of an apartment, which is why they wanted more of an open floor plan.
How many people are in the family who lives there?
There's quite a few people living at the house. I don't know exactly because it's, if you see, there's so many names on the deed there, so it's different family members who own the house and are living there.
Did you go in the other parts of the house?
I went to the first floor, but I didn't go through the whole house. I didn't go upstairs.
And they didn't say to you why they decided to add the stairs to the basement, the exterior stairs, when they already
They,
had
well,
interior stairs?
yeah, I was assuming they just wanted a second means of egress, but I don't know what was actually in their heads.
Yeah, because, how did they come, what caused your clients, if you know, to become aware that they needed to legalize certain parts of the application?
There was a complaint on the property.
Just one or multiple, if you know?
They have a notice of violation. I believe they're in court as well.
Oh, do you know what the court date is?
No, I don't.
Do you know what the nature of the complaint was or is?
I thought it was construction without a permit. I'm not sure. Let me see if I have a copy of it here. No, I don't have a copy of the, you know, the counts from the court.
When did the stairs get put in, if you know? I know it was after 2019.
You know what, I'm not positive. I don't know if they were putting it in and that's when the complaint came, or if it was already in, so I'm not really sure.
Are they completed, do you know?
Yes, it is completed. The work has been completed.
And they never had a stop work order on it, I take it?
No. So I'm thinking it could have been a complaint from a neighbor of people coming in and out. I'm not exactly sure.
And the roof over, pardon me, I'm sure you've already said it. The roof over it's the roof over those stairs?
Yes.
Okay. It's not clear the way it's written online, so. And anything else you want to add to tell us about why they need this?
No, that's pretty much it.
Ms. Pangallo, the
Yes.
site plan that's marked as applicant's exhibit 1, it's a little vague or it's not vague. It's hard to read anyway, the side yard and the side yards on both sides. So I'm going to ask Mrs. Paradise to give you this, and if you
Sure.
would pencil it in so that it can be visible and initial it, please. Thank you.
Oh. Oh. The deed, no, but I might have a copy of it here. I do. Well, the own, yes, yeah, but I do have a copy just because there were quite a few names. I wanted to make sure that I had disclosures from everybody. Oh, here. I don't know if they need that, but yeah. Yeah, that's fine. I can always get one online.
Any other questions from the board? If not, do I have a motion?
Mr. Chairman, I would move that the hearing be closed, the matter be placed on the decision calendar. Ms. Pangallo, you'll be notified by mail of the board's decision once it's rendered.
Thank you very much.
Second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed, any abstentions?
Thank you, Kate.
Next case, 1924 Woodmere, Daniela Weider, variance lot area occupied, construct addition and garage conversion to living space attached to dwelling, also known as 366 Barnard Avenue. Please state your name and address for the record.
Andrew Shearer, 391 Garfield Avenue, West Hempstead, New York, 11552. Good morning again. I'm here representing Daniela Weider and the family to request a variance for a lot area occupied to convert part of the garage to living space and do a small addition to the front of the house. The current lot area occupied is 33%. We're requesting 34%, a very small increase to convert the garage and add a one-story addition. There are no other variances being requested. That is the case. The addition is, yes, there is an overhang that occupies a couple of that percentage, so that's why it's small addition.
And it bumps it 1%.
It bumps it up 1%, yes.
So without the addition, it's 33%, which is already beyond the 30%, which was required
At that time.
At that time.
Right.
So how did it get to 33% when 30 was allowed?
There was a variance at that time.
There was a previous variance.
Yes, there was a previous variance. It's noted on the site plan that was granted in 2009. In the actual house, where I'm showing the house, it shows the variance.
Oh, okay. And that variance just increased it from 30% to 33%?
33%, right.
Now you want to go 67 square feet?
Right.
Move that the hearing be closed, the matter be placed on the decision calendar. Mr. Shear, you'll be notified by mail of the board's decision once it's rendered. Aye.
Have a good day.
You too, sir.
Next case, 2024 Seaford, Patrick Holian, variance lot area occupied, construct roof over attached to dwelling, also known as 3938 Franklin Avenue. Please stand. Please state your name and address for the record.
Sean Bird, Architect, Office 1049 Park Boulevard, Massapequa Park, New York 11762. Good morning. We are before you for a lot area occupied variance for a rear roof over structure over a patio proposed. Maximum lot coverage is 27.5% or 1,650 square feet. We're proposing a 201 square foot covered area, which gives us a 1,754 square feet or 29.23%, which is 104 square feet over the permitted lot area. The purpose of the covered patio is to utilize the backyard. We can make a stipulation that the covered area would remain unenclosed and always open to the elements if the board sees fit. And really, as you can see, if we only went up with 100 square feet, it doesn't really make a usable structure. So that's the reason for our variance request. I'm here for any questions you may have.
You also requested a proposed second-story addition. Is that over, is it?
That-
Go ahead.
I'm sorry, that's a rear dormer, and that was under a separate building permit.
So-
221822, that was
Right.
for the rear dormer and the front porch.
It's
Those
just
are
it's just a rear dormer, straight up.
rear dormer straight up,
No,
correct?
no more lot coverage. land
Correct.
cover- Thank you.
That's my case.
Move that the hearing be closed, the matter be placed on the decision calendar, sir, you'll be notified by mail of the board's decision once it's ready.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Have a good day.
Aye. And now,
This is a second call for case 424, Roosevelt Children's Academy Charter School Incorporated.
oh, yes. Oh, well.
Renewal of grant to maintain one detached illuminated single-faced scrolling LED reader board monument sign not permitted. Overall size 50 square foot, 32 square foot permitted. Also known as 200 West Centennial Avenue. Please stand. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? I do. Please be seated and state your name and address for the record.
My name is Ella Putero. Address is 201 Debois Avenue, Roosevelt, New York, 11575.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I have a quick question for you. I think it was your school, you've been before us a number of times. I think it was your school who on one occasion brought some of the students who did a rap song for us. Was that your school?
Yeah, we did that a few
Yeah,
years
years ago,
back.
right?
You
How's
know,
the school doing?
Excellent. We're still getting our children as engaged as possible. Recently just delivered some gifts to the hospitals last year. You know, to
That's
see that.
wonderful.
So keep them involved in community.
You guys are doing great work. I just
Absolutely.
hope,
Thanks. Yeah.
great job.
Yeah, we continue to do that. Good morning, Chairman and members of the board. And again, this LED scrolling sign has really added some value to communication to both our community of families coming into the school and to the children themselves, you know. During the after-school program, the LED board provides a medium for them to kind of review on a monthly basis all the activities that are going on. And as far as the community is concerned, you know, we try to celebrate just a few holidays, you know, Veterans Day, you know, July 4th, and the veterans just love the fact that we're saluting them. So the board is a very excellent way for us to continue to engage the community, and we appreciate it so very much.
Okay, so this is a renewal of a grant to maintain the illuminated single-face scrolling LED reader board. The building department inspected the premises on October 25th, 2023, and they found that all previously imposed conditions by this board were complied with. Do you have anything else to add, ma'am?
None at this time, just thank you very much for, you know, the opportunity to be here and to help us to continue to communicate using the board.
Do I have any questions, any other questions from the board? If not, do I have a motion?
I have a question. I know that you renew this, I think, every 5 years. We'll deliberate
question.
later about this, but if, it's about to be,
Oh.
if the board considered making it a permanent grant, would you ensure that the conditions were always complied with going forward?
Absolutely, and without any conditions.
Okay, thank
All
you.
right, thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I would
Any other
then
questions?
Yes, sir.
move that the hearing be closed, the matter be placed on the decision calendar. You'll be notified by mail of the board's decision once it's rendered.
I greatly
Thank you.
Second.
Keep up the good work.
Thank you.
All in
for your
favor?
time.
Aye.
Aye.
Any
All right.
opposed, any
Great job.
abstentions?
Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Continue to do
Thank
what
you.
we do. Thank you.
There we go. Thank you.
So the folks who are here on the next case, which is the only remaining case, we are waiting for the translator who should be arriving any time. She had called and said 20 minutes out, and that was approximately 20 minutes ago, I'm told. So we'll just take a few minutes so that we can let her get here and get set up. Where is she going to sit? Oh, she'll sit with the applicant. I mean, Mr. Carrillo. Yeah, exactly.
Our next case, 75323 Franklin Square, Ileana M. Carrillo. Appeal the determination of the Commissioner of the Department of Buildings that the outdoor kitchen fireplace should not have been issued building permit number 23-2498, also known as 164 Harrison Avenue. If everyone that wants to testify can please stand. You as well. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Please state your name and address for the record. Oh.
Be available for questions. Fully aware. You can ask me any
These are
question.
exhibits from my presentation and videos of the smoke.
to show
these, correct? I can show them on my laptop, but I think last time you told me to bring flash drives.
It's available, or do
It's right there. I
These are
thought,
all our copies.
those are all your copies.
Where do I sit?
Oh.
Okay.
This, I'll tell the board as well. This is the written submission from our attorney and ourselves.
Okay. So, I'm going to just mark one of everything, so we have an official. We will give, obviously, one to opposition and one for every member of the board. Take one of those, please.
Okay, so we have 6 copies here, 5 for the board,
One for
1
yourselves.
for ourselves, right?
So I'll take one of those, please. Just one. Okay. And I think it makes sense if you're gonna be referring to this first, we'll mark this one as the first one.
Yep.
Okay.
Finally get to meet. Elena Carrillo, I've tried to contact you many, many times. That's the commissioner.
Oh, you're the commissioner. Hello. Okay, good. I'm glad you're here. It's good for you to be
Wish it was a couple of months ago that we could have settled it.
You were not in when your husband was here, right?
No. I came to speak to you, but nobody would let me in a few times. Yeah, and emails.
It needs an appointment. It does need an appointment.
I couldn't get one. We couldn't get one with the plans examiner with you.
Oh, listen, once there's a legal thing filed, I'm not allowed to speak to anybody on the case.
Understood, okay.
That's, you're the attorney, you know that.
Okay, thank you. All right,
That's-
hopefully we get it resolved.
Yeah.
Yeah, because it's dangerous. We need to get this.
It even goes to the point of people say, oh, I want to threaten this, or they threaten to sue me from the phone. I said, end the conversation. Because now it's a litigation. It's
Right.
gonna be
Well, now we're here for the process.
Yeah.
Yeah. This is good on. That's the legal case on the attorney.
usually like to stand when I present. Should I?
Chairman, if I may, I'll just note my appearance, Al Jagers, Deputy Town Attorney for the Town of Hempstead. Here on behalf of the Building Department. I mean, I'm receiving a lot of paper right now, and really this should have been on file 30 days for my review. I just want to note my objection for the record. We can proceed on this today, but, you know, it is a lot to walk into a hearing and now have a lot of paper before me that I haven't seen prior.
So noted.
Yeah, no, we were here with it on December 6th and December 13th, so.
Wait, hold on.
Well, it should have been submitted at that time. Was it submitted to the board?
We are,
Okay, wait, time. So let's hear what council has to say as to that objection.
okay, Christopher Crane, petitioner and also attorney for Elena Carrillo. We were informed to bring our submission when we appeared
By whom?
by board staff.
Okay, but that makes some sense, but that doesn't necessarily preclude you from putting it on the file in advance of that. In other words, bringing our copies when you come, that's common practice here, but, you know, not submitting it one to the file, to be in the file. Is, you understand the difference, right? Yeah, you're not gonna sit 7 copies in the file, but the official exhibit to the file would have ordinarily been put into the file in advance.
We had them. You know, we brought them with us, and we were sent home with them, so, you know, this is the first time I'm ever involved in anything like this. How would I possibly
Can you
know?
use the mic so I can hear you?
Okay, I said we had them with us December 6th and December 13th for the last 2 adjournments, and nobody asked us to leave them here. So,
Well, we didn't even know you had them, that I know of, anyway, I didn't. I can speak for myself. Okay, so, yeah. Let's take a short.
We're going to take a short
Take a
break
short recess.
to...
I know, it's okay. Listen, I hope they see the teeth that are in there.
Is your phone, cell phone?
In my bag.
Okay, do I have it? So he's saying, okay, not bad to have them reviewed carefully before next hearing. Elena, you did not have the submissions with you December 6th and 13th. That's true. We didn't have our affidavit. I would probably consent, but board adjourn. If board adjourns, no burning in outdoor fireplace until appeal is heard decided.
Changing the whole setup.
Cleaning.
All right, go ahead. What else do you have?
But ask board if adjourned to direct no burning in outdoor fireplace until appeal is heard decided. Also ask that appeal
And stop
special
construction.
be heard together, so submission is considered on both. Okay, so adjourn to February 2nd.
Why can't I talk to you?
Do you see what he's saying?
Yeah.
Okay, so he is saying consent to adjourn. No, you were right.
Trying to get
I mean, our exhibits are not in front, they're not,
We just have to have this one. We read it. We paid money. We've done everything. It was faulty. It needs to be. It's gonna be like a week or how
I guess the thing is, we
Well, I think I should say we have tried for 14 months to get this resolved in building department in every single way. Contacted attorney.
okay, Lena, maybe.
Contacted everyone, and we should not even be here because it's a faulty application. Shouldn't even be wasting everyone's time.
Listen, don't make any arguments unless we know our case is going to be heard. Don't go into details about it. I mean, you can it's,
God, I hope it takes them 6 years to read that. I hope it takes them 6 years to read that. I want my case heard today.
listen, one of your comments is it should not be issued because the fireplace kitchen required special exception rules, so it makes sense to hear the two together.
You know what? Maybe not a big problem. Did they take the stuff out? No, it's still up there.
Where's our copy?
So, with respect to the submissions made today, we note the fact that these were supposed to have been on file in the office for a period of 30 days. We note the fact that counsel for the objectant has noted his objection. We're going to take them into evidence, and we're going to give them the weight that we deem appropriate. But we're going to go forward, and we're going to take them into evidence. Okay?
Thank you, Chairman. May I also say that the submissions that you have, especially the bound submission, was submitted for both matters. Our matter, our appeal that we brought, as well as the matter that Mr. Argueta brought, number 9-24.
Would that be
That's on the pergola case?
That's right.
Okay.
And when you say they're submitted for both, I'm trying to think how that's gonna work. So we're gonna use them here.
Right.
And then
Maybe we use them here and keep the original in the file. We'll give you back these. Should we do that and have them bring these in the next hearing? I mean, I don't want you to have to make new ones. But it would be difficult for us to keep these, so we'll keep the official exhibit in the file, and then maybe we'll return these, so that if you wish to use them on the next matter.
You could
just bring
resubmit
in.
them.
And maybe turn one of these into an original for the other case and file it. Will that work?
I think so. If you are comfortable, us retrieving them and then bringing them back,
Well,
then,
because we're keeping the official one.
Right.
So for this purpose, we'll have that. We give you these at the end of the hearing, and you wish to use it in the other matter, turn one into an official, get it, take it to the office, get it, put it in the file, the other file, and then
pergola
bring the
case.
other ones back for that other hearing. I think that's the most efficient way to do it.
all right,
Because we don't need these if we got the original one.
All
This
right.
is just for us to all look at, right?
right. Okay, thank you.
Okay?
Does that make sense, Mr. Chairman?
Yes, it does.
Yeah.
In the interest of efficiency.
Yes.
Okay. All right.
Okay, thank you, Chairman. So, again, my name is Christopher Crane. I'm a resident at 168 Harrison Avenue, along with my wife, Elena Carrillo. We are both appealing the issuance of permit number 23-2498 for an outdoor kitchen/fireplace. We've already discussed our submission to you. At this time, Elena Carrillo will speak, and she will make a statement. She will refer to exhibits and photos that are in the 3-ring binder.
When you do so, before you comment on each
Please
one, will you say
identify
on page whatever, or exhibit A, whatever it is, so we can get to it and follow along?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. And then I will speak as well, and we also have a witness, Phoebe Massimino, who is here to speak.
Okay, is that witness been sworn in also?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. So at this, we will likely have a video to show. We have the video loaded onto the laptop that's here. We also prepared flash drives with the video on it.
All right, well, when we get to the video, we'll have to figure out about the admissibility. You'll tell us what it purports to, who made it, all the obvious.
Yes.
And then I guess we'll figure that out when we get to it.
Okay. All right. So again, we oppose the issuance of permit number 23-2498. It has had a great impact on our lives and on our health, and we're asking the board to revoke the permit. We're asking the board to also order the removal of the wood-burning structure. At this time, I'm going to allow Elena Carrillo to speak.
Good morning, Chair and board members. My name is Elena Carrillo. I live at 168 Harrison Avenue in Franklin Square, New York. I've been the homeowner there for 34 years. Our block and our neighborhood is extraordinarily harmonious. I've lived 20 years with the prior neighbor before Mr. Argueta and 10 years with the neighbor.
Hold on. Is she going too fast?
Sure.
A little louder and a
Slower.
little more
Okay.
slowly.
I lived in my home for 34 years, 20 years with the prior neighbor and 10 years with the neighbor before that. Our block is very harmonious and enjoys friendly relationships with its neighbors. We're contesting the permit for the fire units that was self-constructed by Mr. Argueta. We're asking that the permit be revoked. We believe it was issued in error, and we also are asking for removal of those units due to the significant health and safety hazards posed.
Can you tell me what was the error that,
Got it.
so just to get to the heart of the matter, you believe the permit was issued in error
Yes.
because,
Okay, because, one, it is too close to combustible structures, including his garage and several other makeshift structures that and we have many photographs of it, of poles that he keeps, so he encloses the area over his fire unit with plastic and then with plywood, takes it out when the building department's coming, and then reassembles them. And we have exhaustive photographic evidence of that.
but that would seem to me to go to the issue of it not being used the way it was intended to be
Okay.
used pursuant to the issuance of the permit.
Yes.
Because,
Okay.
you know, very separate issues. If he wasn't burning all that stuff, if in fact he is, if he wasn't burning all of that stuff in that, would the building department have been in error in issuing the permit?
Yes, they would have.
Why?
Because he had a survey done by a licensed survey company, and the survey doesn't match the plot plan who was drawn by a CAD draftsman. It doesn't match in measurements, specifications, dimensions, locations, so that application itself should have been rejected immediately due to the deficiencies and the misrepresentations on it.
So if you were correct and the new survey has different dimensions, what would the error the building department have, what would be the error?
Because from what I understand, the plans examiner is supposed to look at the documentation for the application. If that documentation is faulty, so we provided photographic evidence of what's actually there, that doesn't match the survey, that doesn't match the plot plan, and doesn't match how it's actually being used.
But they still would not have issued it in error in that scenario. I don't believe, because they issued it relying on materials they had, and it wasn't in error. Now, the subsequent chain of events may warrant a revocation if the error was material to the analysis. You know, if the plot line was off by a foot, let's say, and he submitted the new one, and based on the new one, there's no additional variances needed, then it wouldn't really be a revocable error, I wouldn't think. It would be certainly something that would be corrected.
Well, the structures didn't move themselves, right? They don't defy time, space, gravity. They're still where they are. They're still being used as they are, but the whole application doesn't match itself. So he submits an attestation of truth along with the documentation he's submitting, which is the plot plan, and the plans examiner had said that he is basing his decision on that documentation, and we're showing proof upon proof upon proof that that is not what's there.
Right, I
and
guess
it's
what-
not consistent.
I think where, I understand that the way this is being used is extremely problematic for, so you're telling us that you believe the way it's being used is extremely problematic for you and for others in the community,
The
and not
neighbors.
the way that a person is supposed to be using this outdoor fireplace, kitchen, and all of the rest of it. I get that. What I'm separating here is, and I get that it's your opinion, and you may be correct, that it ought not be there anymore because this person isn't using it in a way that it's intended to be used, if you're correct. And that this person, and that it should be removed because basically he can't be trusted to use it the right way, and the wrong way is very harmful. I get all that, but that to me is, I see it as more of an enforcement issue, to be honest with you.
No.
But whether the building department initially issued the permit in error, I'm not seeing that, and maybe I'll see what you have about that, because they issued a permit based on an ordinance that allows these kinds of structures and based on the materials they had at the time. So I kind of am saying, we have the issuance of the permit, which you're saying was an error, but then after that, we have a use that is apparently, if you're correct, very problematic and inappropriate at least. And then you have this now a revocation and not just revocation of that permit, but potentially not even a future permit, even if they, shore up the paperwork. So I just, at least for me, when we do this, if we could go through the thing like those, we have talk about the issuance
I'd like
as
to
the
address
issuance,
it, please.
and then the subsequent conduct, which may very well be a problem.
Yes,
But I don't know that goes to the issuance.
So I'd like to respond to the question as well, why the permit shouldn't have been issued on the papers that were submitted. First, the zoning ordinance requires sufficient and adequate information so that the plans examiner or the building inspector can make a reasonable determination. We think that was faulty.
Why?
The plans are deficient, they lack information on the structure specifically.
Wait,
I
they lack information, like they don't say the height, or they have information that you have subsequently determined may be inaccurate?
No, I believe they're missing information. If I may, I'd like to just cap the issues quickly.
Okay.
And we can go back to them. So the plans are deficient. They shouldn't have been issued. The zoning ordinance also prohibits uses that may be determined by the building inspector to be offensive or include noxious gases, fumes, smoke. That's section 302F of the zoning ordinance. This fire pit is an open fire pit that's clearly capable of emitting burning materials that would be offensive.
Are you saying that all these pits should not, that a building department should not ever issue a permit for a fire pit or whatever this is?
We're not here to
A wood-burning fire pit of these dimensions without the necessary attributes and characteristics to efficiently and safely combust materials, yes. I believe those structures violate, are offensive and are not permitted under 302F.
And it's self-constructed, because the approval also mentions that it'll be operated in accordance with manufacturer's instructions. He constructed it himself, and his license at Consumer Affairs is for carpentry only. He cannot be making his own masonry, his own electric, his own plumbing, and this is what he has going on that property. So that is not up to the specifications. There's electric over the fire unit.
I need to continue.
Okay. Got it. Go ahead.
All right. So I wanted to, again, go through quickly the issues, why the permit cannot be granted on the application that was submitted. In addition, for a residency district, there is Section 95C of the zoning ordinance that requires a special exception by the Board of Appeals for more than one accessory structure, and there are certain parameters that are included in Section 95C. However, this application should have come first to the Board of Appeals for a special exception before the building department could have acted on the permit.
Wow.
There are multiple structures, and this application consists of multiple structures. The structures are the wood-burning fire pit and the structure that's adjacent to it, which is a propane grill. In addition,
Is a propane grill a portable grill like?
No.
it's
Built-in brick.
it's permanently combusted. It's permanently constructed. In addition, this application is part of other applications that the owner has made. The other matter, that's another one that we referred to earlier. That's the pergola. So that's another structure.
That's pending.
However, those applications were both before the building department. The pergola application, this application, and then two other applications as well. And all of that should have come to the board for a first review before making a determination on a special exception, because there are multiple structures. It is arbitrary for the board to only look piecemeal at one structure and then make a determination.
I disagree. We regularly do this. The building department determined that other structures needed relief from here. We have lots of people come and go to the building department with 6 applications for things, but only one needs our relief, the building department deals with the other 5, sends one to us. If there's one that needs relief from this board, they can't send every multiple, every permit request where there's more than one structure to us just because one needs to come to us.
But they are joined, so if he sets fire to his structure, it's going to his house. I've seen lit embers landing on my garage. This is a very dangerous issue. So the fact that he has all these multiple structures kind of can't be extricated from the fact that that should not have been approved. They have to be looked at. It's a 40-foot property. It's undersized to begin with. He's on 40-foot, we're on 40-foot, and that has to come into consideration.
Okay, keep going.
Okay. In addition, just on their face, the plans do not comply with various town code provisions. Such as Chapter 138, which prohibits dense smoke. Section 1 prohibits dense smoke outside of dwellings.
How does that pertain to the issuance of the permit? They issued a permit, and now, maybe correctly, you're claiming it's putting out dense smoke, but how does the after-the-fact practice?
The dense smoke,
Again, it's enforcement.
yeah, dense smoke is not permitted outside of dwellings under
Right.
Section 138-1. This is a wood-burning structure that will emit dense smoke. It's going to emit lots of particulates and smoke. It's not clean, so to speak, as gas combustion or propane combustion might be.
But now you're back to, you're not just attacking now the issuance of this permit. If dense smoke, I believe dense smoke would be precluded, but now it's almost as if you're saying you can't issue any of this styled structures because of dense smoke potential, and therefore the ordinance itself is.
Right, but it's not built up to any specifications. It was open on Friday.
But that's again about the building, not the issuance of the permit.
Okay.
I still contend that what he submitted as documentation is inconsistent from the survey to the plot plan to what's actually there to the photographs we provided. It is inconsistent, and I feel as though the plans examiners should have looked for any inconsistencies and either had it addressed at that point, but not just issue it, because when I asked them, they said, we get 18,000 to 20,000 applications a year. We can't be expected to look at all of them in that kind of detail. And here we are.
Well, I will say that, if I understand it correctly, when they issue a permit, they do their review of the compliance with a certain set of ordinances. A lot of that is setbacks, all of that. Permit gets issued. Then there are other, and correct me if I'm wrong, Joe, you know more about this. But
Mr.
in
Jarvis
terms of,
knows everything
in terms
about
of
this.
of how it's subsequently constructed, I know there's engineering, there's plumbing, and then whatever discipline is irrelevant. So if it was not constructed pursuant to the standards required, again, that doesn't, to me, that doesn't go to the issuance of the permit to build it, but rather to the subsequent acts. And you may be correct, but again, since we're here addressing the issuance of the permit, that's why I keep focusing on that, because that's what I want to know the most about.
And I will continue. So, in addition, the plans show an open structure. The plans show an opening to the surface on the top of the wood fire pit, and then an opening in the front. And so an open structure like that could release fumes, smoke, embers to nearby combustible structures. And there are combustible structures that are adjacent or near to the wood-burning structure. In addition, the town has code requirements on chimney heights. The chimney has to, let me slow down. I believe it's section 88, that the chimney is supposed to be properly constructed, to be smoke tight, to be securely attached to the structure, and to also effectively disperse the contaminants. And the plans do not show a smoke tight or securely affixed structure.
It didn't.
It has,
It's a fireplace, and it's a burn unit to to burn his construction materials and wood. And it's that big. Well, we have a witness and picture, yeah, I have photographs of them.
Wait.
Hold on. Mr. Jaggers, to what are you objecting?
Look at Exhibit A. Exhibit A
Lainey,
has a picture of.
Well, I mean, can I say,
Okay, we need to get to your statement.
Yes.
If there's an allegation of how he's using it, that it's being used for construction material.
With photographs.
If you're going to mention things like that, I'd like to see either exhibits or such
Okay.
presented that represent that. Well, it should be mentioned what they are.
Exhibit A.
We will get to that
Well,
with
it's in my
with
statement,
the
but I still
statement
need to do-
of Ms. Grillo.
but I would say, can I, again, we're here to hear evidence on why the permit was not issued, was issued in error. So how he's subsequently using it may very well be a problem. But again, I don't think it goes to the issue of whether the permit was issued in error.
ASHRE standards.
So I just,
Okay, we're going to get to that.
The purpose of the permit was to have a wood burning stove, not to burn construction material, which they're indicating.
Okay. I'd like to continue.
This part, talk about the state building code on the height of the chimney.
Right.
Talk about the chimney height. Can't issue permit unless the chimney is high enough to dissipate.
Yeah, all right, just leave it.
The 100-foot, about your 100-foot chimney. You're gonna have to get to that. The chimney height.
Yeah, yeah. See, I guess we have to show why the plans are on their face deficient.
Right, so go ahead, talk about the
All right.
chimney.
Yes.
oh,
Go ahead.
Okay. So, again, referring to the plans, they don't show what they purport to show. Again, back to lacking detail, lacking sufficiency. They purport to show a wood-burning stove. There is no doors, enclosures, other items that represent a wood-burning stove. The plans purport to represent a fireplace. The plans show a large opening on the top of the surface, and they show a chimney that does not cover that surface. So this is not a fireplace, it's really just a fire pit or a firebox with a metal pipe stuck on top of it. A fireplace has attributes such as a smoke chamber, a throat. It's not simply a box with a chimney on top of it. And that's important because to function properly, to burn wood properly and not create excess smoke, it needs to be designed properly. These are not design drawings. These are drawings by a draftsperson. There's no engineer or architect that prepared them. That should have been apparent to the plans examiner, as well as that this is not a fireplace. And the residential code, which is for masonry fireplaces in dwellings, provides very specific criteria and details about how a fireplace is constructed. And these plans lack all of that. They simply are, well, the plans that you have before them, there's no supporting calculations. There's no explanation on how the chimney is a very important feature of a fireplace, because the chimney has to be properly designed in order to draft the gases out of the home. And that happens naturally. It's called a natural draft. So the warm gases, the hot gases rise, and a vacuum or a draft is created to take the gases outside of the chimney so that they don't come out of the fireplace and create excess smoke. There's no calculations whatsoever on how the chimney was calculated.
Can I ask you, in reference to, I'm looking at a long, long letter that I can't find the signature line on, dated April 19th of 2023, addressed to the building department. The last page of it has some drawings. Included in those drawings are drawings that appear to be of the proposed structure. Was that submitted by you, and are those the ones to which you refer?
Yes, I do refer to those.
I mean, when you said the drawings were not done,
Okay.
all the things you said, is that the ones you're talking about? Let me just try and find the
Let him
signature.
approach.
Is it pulled from?
Let me just try and find the signature line. Okay, yeah, this is signed by you, dated April 19th. That's the ones you're referring to.
Yes, I'm referring to that. I also will be referring to another criteria, but to that letter specifically, I made those points in my letter of April 19th, and I attached at that time a well-known, well-regarded organization's guidelines on chimneys. That's called the ASHRAE organization, which produced a document and had a chapter on chimney construction. And I included a graph that showed that based on the outlet, or the inlet rather, the opening for the fireplace, that the flue, the cross-sectional area of the chimney, was not properly calculated or designed.
Oh, is that calculation in here? Because I thought.
There's a figure on that letter. It's an attachment after my signature. It's probably several pages back. I can approach and show you what I'm referring to.
That's okay, if you just, maybe it says chapter 30, chimney, gas vent, and fireplace systems.
Yes,
That's what you're referring to?
yes.
Okay, so, but where are the wrong calculations?
There's a graph in chapter 30 that has a chart that compares chimney height to the area of the fireplace.
I see it.
Figure
But
19.
where on, I get that that's what it should be. I'm looking for you said the calculations on the drawings were wrong.
Okay,
I'm just looking for those calculations.
Okay, that's right. I don't have specific calculations. I'm only referring to the figure, figure 19, I believe it is.
Of the drawings.
No, figure 19 of that letter, of that chapter 30 excerpt of the ASHRAE code.
But I want to find where, again, because we're looking at the alleged improper issuance.
Okay.
And you said one of the reasons is that the calculations on the drawings weren't accurate. And I see the graph of what they should be, but where are the inaccurate drawings that the building department used in improperly issuing the permit?
That graph itself shows you that the chimney is not the proper height. The graph itself shows what the appropriate chimney height and cross-sectional area is for various fireplace openings. And on that figure, I drew in by hand the size of the fire pit in 23-2498 for a 34-inch by 22-inch area opening.
On the graph of what it should be, right?
Yes.
That's your hand drawing down there.
Yes, that's the drawing. That is my markup of the ASHRAE chart.
Right, but
I also,
I just want to go to the graph containing the improper calculations that were submitted to the building department, so I can see that's what it should be. This is what they submitted with these calculations wrong, and that goes to the issue of improper issuance.
I guess I am unclear. First off, there were no calculations submitted by the applicant or the owner.
Oh, okay, that was my confusion.
There were, all you have is a plot plan, a detailed drawing, and a survey. As far as I know, as far as we know, that's the entire record that was before the plans examiner when they approved the application.
Well, and they usually have a number of other communications, like when they get rejections and ask for more materials, but.
We've been unable to obtain those communications if they exist.
Okay.
The only thing we're aware of that this was decided on was, again, the plot plan, the detailed drawing, and the survey.
And the detailed drawing, you're referring to the drawing, one page or more? There's
It's one page. It was first submitted with 2 views, and then apparently there was a second submission that now shows three views. So that's what I'm referring to with the detailed drawing. It has a
Yeah,
plan view, a sectional view.
Yeah, the one that has outdoor kitchen elevation, outdoor kitchen plan, and then outdoor kitchen sections showing like footings or something.
That's right.
Okay, I got it, I'm on it. Okay, keep going.
Okay, so the point with the ASHRAE guidance that I was talking about is that the ASHRAE guidance indicates that for a 7-inch chimney that is shown on the detail drawing, that the chimney height would have to be over 100 feet for that to be a properly sized chimney to obtain the right natural
Yeah,
draft.
so just for the record to be clear, 7-inch diameter, you're saying that diameter requires a significantly greater height.
That's
I
correct.
got you.
In addition, there is also the New York State, I mentioned the state residential code, which has detailed criteria regarding chimney heights and construction of chimneys. And in a later, well, in the documents that we've submitted, as well as in the binder, we also looked at the criteria that are in the residential code for chimney fireplaces, and we found that, again, a larger sized chimney and larger height would be necessary to properly disperse smoke and fumes. And we've submitted that graph as well. It's figure R1003.15.2.
Counsel.
I noticed that, he's referring to the handbook here. Is he, are you using your own, are you an engineer?
It's okay.
He is an engineer.
And an environmental attorney.
Okay.
That would have been put on the record, I was not aware of that. I was going to ask that same question.
It's been
If
on.
you're
Laney.
relying on your, it sounds like expert opinion, so, okay.
No, thank you, counsel. You're correct. I'm an attorney and a professional engineer.
Yeah. If you want. I'm not gonna eat. I don't care. Whatever.
Okay, so for that reason as well,
What time?
on the plans alone, the examiner could see that this proposal on these plans it's not properly constructed.
Again,
Again.
construction. Anyway,
Yeah. Construction.
Okay,
Well, here's-
all right.
Is there,
Which one?
just,
Also, residential chimneys have to go above the roof of a house. This chimney is right above his garage, right next to my garage, so it's not high enough.
I just want to know that the chart that you're referring to mentions sizing chart for circular chimneys. This isn't a circular chimney.
Did you see a photo?
And Laney,
Oh,
this
I'm sorry.
is a circular chimney as shown on the plans. It's a 7-inch diameter chimney of 6-foot height.
They're not water?
No.
It says fluid area,
They probably didn't do their job.
so I don't really think that's applicable. I'm sure they have to be investigated. All right, we'll talk about it when Mr. Jarman speaks.
Okay. And my wife raises a good point, is that is another criteria and guideline for construction in the residential code, as well as generally accepted criteria, is that the chimney needs to be a certain height above adjacent structures. And the residential code provides for a 2-foot height above structures that are within 10 feet nearby. And the purpose of that is to prevent those structures from putting downdraft and affecting the chimney exhaust. There are also fire code issues with these plans. The propane grill is located too close to the garage. The fire code provides that a 10-foot distance is required between a gas-fired cooking appliance and a combustible structure. And the plans show a 7-foot distance. The survey shows a different distance
4 foot.
of approximately 4 feet.
Mr. Crane, what section of the code are you referring to?
I will get that for you.
That's it.
I'm referring to section 308.1.4 of the fire code.
In advance of issuing the permit, I see you have a number of numbers here. It says survey provides distance 3.6, compared to plot plan 7 point, looks like 118. Then another note says survey shows stove fireplace separate from grill station with greater width, compare plot plan showing single unit. So there's a lot of writing all over this.
Yeah.
Survey provides this. This is one of the exhibits to your letter of April 19th. So do we know which survey, plot plan, et cetera, was the one upon which the permit issuance was
The
based?
survey hasn't changed.
These are materials submitted by the applicant.
I mean, before.
By the applicant for this permit.
No, I mean, okay, we'll find out from the expert on the other side, I guess.
And also, the building department did know about it because, you know, I have a medical condition, and we were screaming kind of loud and long, you know, to make them aware that this was, you know, a discrepancy and that it needed to be addressed.
Do we know if so the permit request was made, the permit was issued, and did the final inspection on this structure happen yet?
No. Well,
Not that
no.
we know of.
So we're not aware of that.
He just revised it again on Friday. I'm sorry. All right.
Okay, so the final inspection as to whether it was constructed in the manner that it was supposed to be constructed has probably not been done. Okay. So go ahead.
I'd like to stay on the plans. So looking at the plot plan, that's. Okay.
For when it was approved. Approved date. April 5th by Jill.
Lenny.
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, but. Okay.
You have packets, right?
No, I'd like you can refer to this exhibit, which is,
Yes.
okay.
It's in my exhibit. Do you want me to find it?
What? No, I don't. I want this to be separate.
So give it to me, because there's one there, there's two here.
They all have it.
Thank you. I object because they had it since April of 2023. Okay?
I'm talking about the whole document here, the
That,
whole thing.
yeah,
This whole
that's all been there. That's all been there over and over and over and over and over, many times. They didn't look at it.
Question adjournment after they're done with their hearing for a chance to respond.
Maybe that could be during lunch.
They don't look at it.
And you're in the request. Mr. Jagger, do you have, I would like the actual plans that the permit was based upon that are attached to that. I want you to look at it. I want Mr. Jaggers to look at it too. And I want you, if you have no objection, I want that marked as exhibit so that as he testifies, we know what he's referring to. Because it's this plan, the site plan, that. I want to be clear about what we're talking about when he testifies. Not just any old site plan that someone found later that wasn't in front of the building.
We can
You
go
understand?
through and label them 1, 2, and 3.
Just as we're doing, just so we can have a clear record. I mean, that makes sense.
I understand, but for purposes of clarity here, I would prefer, rather than keep referring to site plans and plot plans. Yeah, that's why I want that. So first, Mr. Jaggers, look at that. Is that the building department? Actually, give him the actual one we're gonna mark, because God forbid there's some difference in any of them. No, Christina, it's this one right here. I want Mr. Jaggers to look at that, and I want to make sure that is in fact, okay, but I want to make sure he's okay with that being that we've been given as the package of materials. Who prepared that package? You?
I prepared that package for materials on the building department website.
Okay.
That's Mr. Agueda's material that he submitted.
I understand. Maybe Mr. Jowitz can tell us. Mr. Jowitz, do we have any way of knowing that, just because those were on the website, do we have any way of knowing that those were the material? I just want to make sure those were the materials that were before the plans examiner, when the plans, like, I could go on the website maybe and pull up a lot of different plans. Some might have come in after the issuance. You know what I mean? And people correct things. Is there a way of knowing?
Just for the record, we're talking about Exhibit 6.
Oh, okay, we can just use it this way.
Yeah, we're referring to Exhibit 6.
Hopefully.
Okay, but I do,
Which is this package.
okay, so I stand corrected. It was even, I took it from your materials, but it was in the file as its own exhibit. It's Exhibit 6. That's much better.
Well, I'm not familiar with Exhibit 6 or the numbering
It's
scheme.
that same thing.
No, I understand the materials are the same. I don't understand the other Exhibits 1 through 5, or I guess I'm unclear how you got to Exhibit 6.
It was done in the file. Well,
And
we can find,
It's also dated. It looks like it's
here's
dated.
Exhibit 1. It's,
We dated that
It's
today,
a-
because he just submitted it today. We did that when we marked it.
hold on. So this is Exhibit 1. It's but since they're the applicants, they submitted this as an exhibit, right?
Correct.
So we don't, how that relates to what the building department had at a given time, we don't know. But you, apparently, the applicant's Exhibit 1 is a plot plan dated, I don't know when.
April 5th, 2023.
Right, that's what the plans
That's the
examiner
plot
had.
plan.
Yeah, I'm sorry, that's when it's approved.
Yeah.
3/19/23.
Yep, 3/19.
Number 2 is a radius map submitted by the applicant. Number 3 is a drawing that, to me, looks like the same drawing that is the last page of your 4/19/23 letter to the building department. You could show them if you want, but they're exhibits.
Yeah, if you're referring to our original application to the board in June,
I'm referring to the file that
Okay.
is all the materials
Okay.
on file for your application.
if I could just look at it briefly.
Well, there's 1, 2, and 3. I'm looking for 4. That's all the new ones. Okay.
Here's 5.
Wait, is that new 5 or old 5?
New 5. This
New
is
5.
Oh, no, no. Hold on.
This is today. This is from today. They
Submitted
this
today.
They submitted.
Oh, okay, so all we need is 4.
Submitted today.
Okay,
Yes,
so,
all of this
oh, I
was
get it.
submitted today.
5, 6, and 7 were submitted today, so all we have to do is find 4. Joe? I have
Oh, there we go.
So, and we'll show those to Mr. Jagger too, and Mr. Jowers.
Those are the only exhibits that were in the file that were marked prior to today for the hearing. And again, these are all the documents that you submitted in support of your application.
Okay, and I see the date saying June 5th, 23, okay. And that's... Understood?
Those are just the exhibits that were previously marked for this hearing. I will also show them to Mr.
Said if the commission put something in writing, ask that you receive it a week before so you can respond. Mention the SEQ.
Those were your exhibits?
Yes, I reviewed the exhibits.
Okay, and then can we give them to Mr. Jagger, please, to review them also? And then we need them back. And, sir, Mr. Crane, did you compare those to the ones that you have so that we can, so that when you testify and say Exhibit 6, that is in fact matches what we're looking at, right?
I would like to confirm it one more time.
Okay, can you show him Exhibit 6, I guess? So that he can, here, Christina, I want him to look at it so that he confirms that that's the same as his, so when he testifies from his.
Okay, and this will be number 6.
This is exhibit number 6.
Okay, so I'm gonna, okay, thank you.
So if you want to refer to this one as exhibit 6, it's easier. Yeah, put
Thank
number
you.
6 on your signature.
I have copies.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. So, referring to Exhibit 6, on the cover page is the building permit. The next page I want to refer to is the plot plan that's stamped approved April 5th by Joseph Camerata. We've already looked at this, and I referred to it, the distance of 7.118 feet that's shown between the outdoor kitchen fireplace and the garage, and that's less than the distance for the fire code. No, the state fire code. And there's a discrepancy because the survey which is the last page of Exhibit 6, provides a different distance when you measure it. For the cooking appliance, for the grill. It's for an open flame cooking device, charcoal burners, and other open flame cooking devices. I did, I'm sorry. I don't understand. Yes, the survey does not provide a call-out on the distance, but using the scale provided on the survey, you will find a smaller distance of, I measured 3.6 feet, I would say 3.6 to 4 feet.
Yes.
Well, this is part of the materials that were on the website, so we believe this was part of the applicant's package.
No, it was with it. No, that was with it. That's what triggered all of the subsequent messages to the commissioner and the building inspector and code enforcement and anyone and everyone who we might be able to get their attention that these were the discrepancies. And I think it really could have been handled at that point.
We don't know how the applicant submitted them.
That's another thing. They weren't signed, dated, or sealed, right? Tell them.
I know. So there are a number of discrepancies in terms of distances between the survey and the plot plan, which the plans examiner should have asked for revision before approving them. I'll also note that the grill is a very short distance from the proposed, well, not the proposed, the maintained freestanding pergola as shown on the plot plan in Exhibit 6. No, the grill is the more northern. It's the longer rectangle, and you can see that from the detailed drawing. It shows. Well, that's another source of confusion. Is the applicant styled the structure as a freestanding pergola, and looking at the plot plan, that is a diagonally lined shaded structure. The survey, in contrast, shows it identifies a structure opposite the garage called a pergola.
He had to take it down. He was instructed, yeah, but what I'm saying is that this roof over patio permanent thing that he's calling a pergola is not a pergola, and his own survey person shows that he had trellises, arbors, and pergolas on the other side. This whole thing is a misnomer.
So there used to be a pergola that the surveyor noted on the annual report of 23, that apparently you say been taken down, and the proposed pergola, to your point, is on the north side. I see now.
Right next to us.
Right.
Okay, so that's where the proposed pergola is, that's why you say it's close.
It's confusing and contradictory. Also, comparing the plot plan and the survey, you will see that the outdoor kitchen / fireplace looks like a single structure. It shows the grill portion adjacent, directly flush, and part of, well, next to the fireplace, the fire pit. And that's also indicated in the following drawing, the detailed drawing. However, looking at the survey shows two structures. One is a narrow rectangle structure, that's the grill, and the one adjacent to it is the fire pit, which has a different configuration. Looking
It's called barbecue grill station. It keeps changing from wood burning to fireplace, grill station, to outdoor kitchen. There's multiple names on the documentation.
So the structure is not called out as a fire pit or fireplace, but that is the structure. So to my earlier point about multiple structures, this should be considered two structures. The application, the propane grill and the fire pit. don't have the Exhibit 4 in front of me.
What is Exhibit 4? We don't have that.
That's, I understand. Okay, I understand.
They're separate.
Okay.
They're separate. One is even made partly out of wood.
Let's give her back
Wood,
the
and that's the
exhibit.
fireplace. They're separate. They're not one contiguous unit. Look at it.
We-
One's a
Let's look at Exhibit 4. And we have yes, the first photograph. It shows you're looking at, from the south, the fire pit. And you can see the large opening in the front of the fire pit. And then you can also see a dark-colored surface, top surface, and there's an opening, a large opening on that surface. That's the fire pit. Okay, you'll see, staying on it, you'll see next to it a stainless steel pipe or duct. Okay. Well, there's the shiny steel is the duct, the chimney. In front of the fireplace, you'll see a large, dark-colored column. So the one that's closest to you is next to the fire pit, and then there's a similar column on the other side of the propane grill. Okay, those two columns are not shown on the plot plan or the survey.
Are they still there?
Oh, yes.
What are they made of?
They're made of wood, and they're used to enclose roof overs, sometimes plastic, sometimes wood. He takes them on, he takes them off. On Friday afternoon, he took them off again. They
And
go back.
before he took it off, what was there?
I'm sorry, say?
What was there
Well-
prior to the time he
Oh,
took?
he had these plastic enclosures, which we're gonna show you pictures of also, that enclosed and actually had electric wires dangling over the open fire pit. So that's what those black poles are for, because they're structures that he uses to roof over the area of the wood
Have
burning
you
unit.
guys reported this
Why
to
did he
any,
do
like,
that?
the health agency or the enforcement division?
Anyone
Yeah.
who would listen, loud and long, everyone,
We have contacted the DEC.
and the state, and the
Oh,
health, everyone.
did the DEC come out?
We're not aware that the DEC has visited the location.
Did you contact the local fire department?
Yes, we did.
And?
They told us that we should call them and put it out.
You should call who to put it
Call
out?
the fire department, and they would put his fires out. We actually have a fire person who lives on our block, and said, call me, I'll put it out. We were incorrectly trying to resolve it amicably with Mr. Argueta, trying to explain the health and safety hazards to himself, his family, to us, and all the neighboring structures.
Did they come and put it out?
No, because I don't believe in calling the fire department or police just to I'd be calling on him 3-4 times a week.
So what did the DEC say when you,
We haven't got a response yet because, go ahead.
was it a paper complaint you put in? Like
No,
online?
it was a verbal complaint to the Region 1 Office, Division of Air Resources Section, and we spoke with a DEC staff member. I have his name, and he took the information and said that he would refer it to Division of Law
Yeah.
Enforcement at DEC.
What about like the health department or anything?
Yeah, I've contacted the health department. I mean, I actually work for the county, so like, it's not difficult for me to get in touch with these people, but like, I was working 2 jobs up till recently. I'm just working 1 now, and this is taking up so much time and effort that we're going through these steps, step by step. And the DEC and the health department, and everything is on our list next, because we've not been able to get relief.
I would find very helpful if any of those agencies came out and assuming, I see the polls, so I would like to see reports from any of them. That would be super helpful in moving this down the road to getting a solution. I mean, I don't happen to see I'm not sure about the attack on the issues of the permit, but if the things you're telling us are true, and I have no reason not to believe you, I do think that this needs to be solved. The problem needs to be solved. I see it right now as an enforcement one. Personally, I'm only one of a group, but, definitely there needs to be a solution.
But he keeps going around saying, if we call him or text him and we say, you're filling up our house with smoke, our smoke detectors are being set off, I'm having an asthma attack, I've had to be to 2 hospitals because of it, he just keeps doing it. So.
Right, but that's why I would like agents, it would have been helpful if you have any.
We're trying to resolve it through the channels that we believe is supposed to be enforcing and looking out for public safety.
Well, you're right, it seems to be an enforcement issue.
And,
Yeah.
and we're providing attorneys, engineers, architects, we're getting consultations.
But it's an
from
enforcement issue, and you're not really going that path, it doesn't seem.
We can take the enforcement issue, and we will pursue it. But back to the plans that were submitted show a structure, a fire pit that's very close to a several combustible structures, with a large opening.
Less than, no.
No, I'm referring to the garage as a combustible structure. I'm referring to the house as a combustible structure. I'm referring to the wood pergola that is to be maintained as a combustible structure. There are also.
To be maintained, yeah.
That's a bit conclusory. Yeah,
How-
that's under consideration right now. We haven't even heard that case, and don't say it may be, it's going to be permitted.
Proposed
Of
to
course,
be
we haven't even
maintained.
heard it yet, all right?
How close is the pit to the house, if you know?
We have to look at the survey, because that seems to be the most accurate thing in this survey.
Because it's the plot plan that was approved, not the survey.
Right, and it's defective. It's got mistakes in it.
Okay.
It's done by a draftsman.
Well, we're gonna need to get a fair amount of information from you as to some of the stuff that, there may be some things that only Mr. Jarvis can answer, but looking at the survey, if that's what you want me to look at, which is part of Exhibit 6, the applicant's Exhibit 6.
It doesn't, I don't believe that it shows them.
Yeah, I don't see a number either. It looks to be,
His pergola is, 14 feet by 12, I believe, but I cannot say that for sure.
and when you say pergola, you're referring to the one that currently exists, right?
Yes.
Okay.
No,
And you-
well, I'm sorry.
The roof
Go
is
ahead.
really, on the survey, it's called roof brick over patio. They keep changing the numbers because of the different regulations.
Wait, I don't see a label on, I see. Brick
Patio roof over.
And his house is right there, and the emblem is right on top of it.
Well, wait a sec. On the survey, if that's what I should refer to, seeing this outdoor structure, and if the pergola roof over, brick patio roof over, if that's 14 feet square, then that island is at least 14 feet or close to 14 feet from the house, no?
Perhaps.
Okay, and if we're using the state 10, that may not be,
And his pergola is actually connected to it. The one that it's called brick patio roof over on the survey.
Right.
He's calling it pergola in his application because different regulations apply. And that is connected to it, as is those roof poles that connect to his house. Obviously took off the truck. It's a clear line of fire, not only to his
wait,
house,
those
but to
poles are
us.
connected to the dwelling?
No, he puts roofs over them, and he takes on and puts off. And then that is connected directly to his house, to his pergola, and then to our fence.
And we will show you that in our later exhibits that we are going to get to.
The whole thing is just,
Okay, so, if I can continue.
Yeah.
So, we've pointed out discrepancies between the plan and the survey, which should have alerted the plans examiner to reject the application or require revision. Looking at the detail drawing in Exhibit 6,
And detail drawing.
I
is-
call it a detail drawing. It has 3 views.
Right, and. just-
Kitchen elevation plan and kitchen
Yeah, and
section.
it's titled, just for the record, maintain outdoor kitchen fireplaces. The title is given, the address below 164 Harrison Avenue. And it has 3 drawings on it, 1 outdoor kitchen elevation, 1 outdoor kitchen plan, 1 outdoor kitchen section, right? We're on the same page.
Yes, correct.
we should be.
As part of Exhibit 6.
Yes, that's correct. So this shows the propane grill next to the wood-burning structure, wood-burning stove fireplace. And first off, that's just an inherently risky situation. The wood-burning structure is not controlled. It's uncontrolled combustion. There's no valves to stop the fire if you need to. And you have that next to equipment that has pressurized propane piping, tanks, and burners right next to each other.
And electric.
We don't think, we don't think that's a good concept. But you'll note that there's no detail provided about the propane grill. There's no detail provided about what size the tank is, what kind of tank, what kind of piping, how it's assembled.
Presumably it's the standard, no?
Well, no,
He makes it
not
himself.
presumably, because there's no specification provided. There's no listed equipment. There's no rating. And as my wife said, Mr. Argueta does construct numerous things on his own or with the help of other persons, including plumbing, electrical, carpentry.
Masonry.
So, and I believe the town code requires listed equipment. In any event, none of the propane grill is not listed, and there's no detail provided on it.
And is there, since are you an architect or an engineer?
I'm a professional engineer.
Oh, okay, so I was gonna ask you if there were, drawing architectural guidelines that you referenced, but I thought you were an architect, so, go ahead.
I would also note that the construction shows fire brick construction on the sides. That's on the kitchen section. It doesn't show looking at the kitchen section, you'll see the fire pit on the right. The grill is on the left. Upon our observation, we don't believe that is fire brick.
It looks like regular red building, no? Yeah, as of Friday.
However, the back of the structure that's closest to the garage is not shown, so you don't know the construction of that wall.
Wait, is there a wall there? I didn't even see a wall there in the picture.
Well,
Can I see that?
that's true. Nothing is shown.
No.
I don't see any wall
They
behind
don't
that.
put it it's not on the lot plan. Anything that's there is not on the lot plan. That's why this is a big mass.
Say that again?
Most of what is there is not on the lot plan, or it's not accurate. That's my whole argument.
Okay.
And these drawings are not sealed. In fact, they're not even signed, so we don't know who prepared them. And we think this has a fire risk, and this has considerations that really should have been prepared by an architect or an engineer to construct a structure that properly ventilates gases and is going to efficiently combust materials. In addition, there's no detail on this drawing showing fireplace features like the smoke damper, or smoke chamber. There are no screens shown. There's no stack arrestor shown, which is a mesh screen to prevent sparks from coming out of the chimney.
Which isn't tall enough by any standard.
And we have in our materials my affirmation that I submitted. I provide further detail about deficiencies in the construction compared, using the residential code guidelines. The affirmation it's the binding, that's right, the spiral bound document.
Excuse me, 1 second. Are you translating this to him? Oh, because I didn't see your mouth moving, because it's important that he hears everything. Thank you. Keep going. Okay, proceed.
So I guess you'll note that the kitchen plan on that drawing shows a large opening on the top surface. And Above it is the kitchen elevation shows the chimney, the 7-inch diameter chimney. The chimney, just basic calculation for a 7-inch diameter chimney, the cross-sectional area is about 39 square inches. Comparing that to the plan,
Excuse me, that's based on the scale?
that's based on the 7-inch diameter that's provided. And
I'm looking at this document.
He's asking if that's
Yeah, that's what he's
Is that
referring
the
to.
correct document?
the detailed drawing with 3 views, that's the document, yes. And you'll notice on the top view, there's a call out on the chimney that says to not exceed 7-inch double line stainless flue.
Wait a minute, I don't see that. On the, you're looking at the,
This document.
yeah, which one of the?
We need to see it.
Would you mind approaching?
Yeah, that's the
and
one he's
showing-
looking at. That's what he's talking about.
Yes, that's the document.
So,
What is it say? It says here.
oh, that's not on the plan, it's on the elevation. Yeah, it's on the elevation. I don't see it say to not exceed though.
It does say to NE,
Chimney for wood burning stove / fireplace to NE 7-inch double line stainless flue.
I've, correct, and I've assumed NE refers to not exceed. It may be a typo, I may be wrong.
No, you're right, it says NE for, yeah.
So using that dimension that's called out, you can calculate a area for the chimney. And pi times d squared divided by 4, and that comes out to 39 square inches. That's the cross-sectional area of the chimney. But that's clearly, well, that's less than the plan view right beneath it, the opening, that large opening that's like a trapezoid, that's much larger than 39 square inches.
But that's an opening.
It is an opening.
That's not even a chimney.
I'm sorry?
That's not a chimney, and if I look at the pictures, the chimney is separate from the opening.
The chimney's on top. There's 2
We,
openings.
the chimney, we believe the chimney that's shown in the chimney that's shown in the picture, I believe you're referring to? Okay, that picture is a chimney that can be taken on and taken off and moved. We yes. Yes, a much larger chimney would be needed, and for the reasons we've already discussed, the point I'm making too is that that chimney that's shown on these plans cannot cover that trapezoid opening. There's going to be a lot of extra area. And the plans examiner should have instead not accepted the documents and required revision so that it's very clear how the chimney is affixed to the fire pit.
Mr. Jowitz, in order for someone to have an outdoor kitchen fire pit under the ordinance, is one allowed, let's say this had no chimney on it, and it has the big top opening, are there scenarios where that's allowable or no? Does every outdoor fire pit have to have a chimney?
Not necessarily. There are code provisions for open burns.
Okay.
There are code provisions, for example, it has a section in the fire code for portable fireplaces.
Okay.
And there are no limitations on that.
Okay, so it's-
Okay, and portable fire
Okay,
pits.
that answers my question. Okay, keep going.
And this is, to that point, to the commissioner's point, this is a permanent structure. Just because we're discussing this detail, I'm going to provide some background also from what I have observed, what we observed. The construction of this structure was that Mr. Argueta first built the masonry pit next to the grill. And that's all that was constructed. We complained about the smoke because we experienced it. Yes, to him. He later obtained a metal chimney to put on top of the structure.
It's like a duct.
So this was not constructed as a fireplace. It was constructed as an open pit for burning material. It is not, and we'll explain that further. And thank you, Honorary Chairman, and we do provide more discussion on this point in the affirmation that I referenced, that's in the spiral document, the bound document. So I guess to again say that to call this a stove or a fireplace should have been rejected on the plans. The plans that we're looking at, this drawing, it doesn't show an enclosure or lids or doors or flaps that a wood-burning stove would have. A wood-burning stove is a unit to efficiently combust material.
Called a wood-burning stove / fireplace. And in terms of the kitchen, we have outdoor kitchens all the time. Rarely do they have walls or roofs, to be honest with you. An outdoor kitchen is the term used as long as I've been here to refer to, there's there might be a pizza oven, there's a grill, sometimes there's some even have dishwashers, believe it or not, but sometimes there's a refrigerator. But so the walls and roof issue about an outdoor kitchen, and it kind of feels like we're just getting into semantics.
Well,
It's more helpful if we talk about what is there.
Yes, but the applicant provided terms and labels for his structures. Stove / fireplace is what he submitted.
Right.
We're unaware of a definition in the residential code for a stove / fireplace. Fireplace stove is in the residential code. But I guess my point about it's not.
So because in stove, fireplace, and it said fireplace stove?
Well, the residential code does define fireplace stove.
I understand that, but okay.
Okay, and I guess my point is wood-burning stoves are regulated by the EPA, and if this was a wood-burning stove, the plans examiner should have further pursued to understand what the structure is. Is it trying to be an EPA-regulated wood-burning stove?
I don't think so. It's got 2 big holes in it. Like you said, wood-burning stoves are enclosed.
Okay.
It's a fire pit. It's a fire pit.
Really a furnace,
Okay, so,
Go ahead.
thank you. So I did want to address that point. I would also say that on that exhibit, you will see what apparently is the first submission, which is another drawing with 2 views. And this was the first submission by the applicant.
Right, and also not signed and sealed.
So my interpretation is that this was the initial application, and the later application is the previous drawing we were looking at with the 3 views shown.
Oh, they're dated the same day.
Well, true. So I don't know.
Not consistent right there. I mean, it just keeps changing.
From our observation, some of these features, we don't believe some of these features have been installed, like the concrete footings. And at this time, I'd like to I'd like to go to my wife's statement.
That's okay,
let
unless you have
me-
any
let
other
me-
questions.
I'd like now to turn the mic over to my wife to speak. Unless there are any other questions?
To the extent that, I don't think right now, to the extent, we got a lot of people here to testify, to the extent that, please try not to just repeat unless you need to make your sentence make sense,
I'll try.
Thank you.
I'll try. Okay. So like I was saying, I'm there 34 years, never a problem. When he started self-constructing the units, I asked him if he had a permit. He said, no, the building department's closed for COVID. Then when he continued, I asked him again. He said, no, I don't need a permit because it's not attached to my house. So we've been in contact about this. Also, and I'll slow down, we both live on 40-foot wide narrow lots. There's absolutely no way to get away from it. On May 21st, May 2021, thick gray smoke came in my house, very potent, acrid smell, and it immediately affected me. I have an acute asthma attack to the point where I literally could not breathe. I texted him because it literally smelled like his house was on fire. That's what it smelled like. The smoke was immense. He texted me back a photograph, which in the binder is Exhibit A. This is actually from him when he did have a portable fire pit, and this is him burning construction lumber. So this, okay, I'm sorry, Exhibit A, first one. That he sent me. He texted, because I asked him, what is burning? Because it's coming in my house, I'm having an asthma attack. He texted me back this picture of construction lumber, which is treated with glue, toxins, chemicals, and everything else. That is not clean wood, that should be burned. And no, this was a portable, this is how he started, was affordable. He advanced to this permanent structure. No, I don't know what they did with the portable fire pit. Yes, it was May of 2021. So I became very ill. I advised him, I relayed my concerns about the toxicity of the smoke, that it comes directly into our house because we are on a very tiny lot, as is he, and that the health and safety issues that he's posing, not only to us, because I do have respiratory issues, but the environment and his family, because he has small children on the property. So this is a concern. However, Mr. Argueta continued creating larger and larger fires. My breathing and health began to take many downward turns for the worse. He constructed, without benefits of consideration of fire, safety, or building codes, permanent outdoor burning units. They are mislabeled on the multiple documentation he submitted as outdoor kitchen, wood-burning fireplace and stove, grill station, and barbecue island. They keep changing as he keeps submitting different documentation. The fire unit is 4 feet or less from his garage, which places us in a lot of jeopardy because he can easily set that on fire, what he calls a pergola, his trellises that appear and disappear, and it's 36 inches. They're not there anymore, but I'm saying in May of 2021, while he's building all this and burning all this, we're watching lit embers falling onto this, scared. Okay. Now, his fires became more frequent and greater. He was setting fires more than 3 times a week, many lasting up to 9 and 10 hours. And I have very specific video and photographs that for blocks around, the smoke generated by this thing was there. They'd start at 4 o'clock in the afternoon, and it wouldn't go out until 2 in the morning. So we were subjected to this, also during COVID, to this thick smoke and noxious fumes makes our space unlivable. Okay, I can't breathe in my own house. We've had to flee on numerous occasions because of his burning. I've contacted him many, many times, and I really would like to show the video so you can see the scope of what he's doing there. Well, we were trying with Mr. Joss, with code inspectors, with code enforcement, with the plans examiner, our elected officials. Well, what are we supposed to do? He didn't even have. Okay, understood. Understood. lesson learned.
And we will do those things.
And
as
we
the
are
need
doing those
is needed.
things as we speak. Now, I sent videos to the town to demonstrate the size and the magnitude, especially the ones with the embers and the length of the smoke. The smoke comes into our home through the stove, microwave, and oven vent, through our window air conditioners, even when they're off. It's not possible for us to prevent it or get away from it, even if we immediately close points of entry. It has resulted in health effects not only to myself, but Exhibit I has a letter from a neighbor on Lincoln Road who is also greatly affected by the smoke generated from Mr. Arguetta's fires. So I'll wait because I want them to see Exhibit I. Okay, I was saying Exhibit I is from a neighbor who lives on Lincoln Road, behind him and across the street, who is denied use of her outdoor space as we are because of the magnitude, scope, velocity. Exhibit I. Okay, so we have letters from neighbors. I think to Mr. Jorts, I'm not sure. Okay. Okay, so this person is greatly affected by the smoke. It goes very, very far into the air. We also have a letter, the next Exhibit J, from his immediate next-door neighbor on the other side, an elderly person who lacks mobility, who has had many problems with him parking his work vans in her handicap spot. He has commercial lighting going directly into her bedroom. She's got a lot of problems you could see with him, constant parties, car doors slamming night and day. I'm highlighting here the issue of the fires because this elderly woman who lacks mobility has to keep getting up in the middle of the night to see what's burning in her house and she has a 60-foot lot, and she is completely affected by this as well. She said she can't open a window, and none of us can open our windows because of this, and we never know when it's going to start. Continue? Okay. On one occasion, we complained to Mr. Arguetta because the thick smoke coming into our house set off the smoke alarms and detectors inside our house. Okay, that is pretty significant. I would like to say that the Canadian wildfires that everyone was so worried about never set off anyone's detectors in their house, and yet his do inside our home. We can't get away from it. There's nothing we can do. He texted me he threw water on it, which is worse because it continued to throw off potent noxious fumes and thick gray smoke for many, many hours until it put itself out. On another occasion, the Arguettas left their house at 5:30 p.m., left a fire burning unattended in their backyard for 7 hours. So we had to sit vigil. I keep fire extinguishers at my front and back door. It smoldered until the next day. They were completely out of the house. This is very dangerous, and it's very stressful for us to try to live in our home, trying to work at home during COVID, worship in our house, forget about having friends or family over, because we cannot use our yard because of the situation, and our house we had to leave on multiple times. After 34 years, I think I deserve to be able to live in my house, and I'm not. Now, as time went on, I'm getting affected with my respiratory distress. The distress begins to increase. I started having frequent attacks, acute constriction of my airways from the wood smoke and pollutants, and the pain in the respiratory episodes started to run from days into weeks. As it got worse, Exhibit D, I have a letter from my pulmonologist who prescribed multiple inhalers, rescues, several nebulizer treatments, and a myriad of other medications to keep the inflammation under control. Unfortunately, due to the continued exposure, it advanced to chronic, and I was unable to even get any relief from my lungs to recover. My respiratory issues were no longer able to be controlled with the multiple treatments. And the letter from the pulmonologist in Exhibit D says that it's this exposure to smoke, fire, and airborne pollutants that aggressively aggravates my condition, not only detrimental to my breathing and my daily functioning, but my overall health. On June 5th, 2022, and this is where we started to seek help, Mr. Arguetta created an exceptionally large, prolonged fire that made me extraordinarily ill. It was very frightening not to be able to breathe or catch a full breath. I literally felt like I was dying. I could not get air. Yes, it was. Yes, yes. I went to my pulmonologist. He asked what I was exposed to that caused such a severe attack, and he said, I have to know what you were exposed to treat you. We asked Mr. Argueta what was in there that caused this. He refused to say. My husband later went and asked him directly what you burnt. What did he burn? Because it was necessary for my medical treatment. He refused to say, and he said, my wife put something on the fire that she shouldn't have, and never told us what it was. To this day, we don't know. From there, I had to go for an MRI on June 8th of 2022. And then I was referred to a thoracic surgeon at North Shore. I'm sorry, this is very difficult for me because we have suffered greatly because of this. I had to go to a thoracic surgeon at North Shore LIJ, who I saw on June 9th. He asked the same questions about exposure because he suspected it was caused by some agent. He was concerned that exposure to the smoke and toxic pollutants was a triggering factor, and he recommended an invasive procedure to explore the inside of my lungs, trachea, and airway. I refused because it required general anesthesia, and I was still struggling to breathe and didn't want to go under anesthesia. My condition did not get better. I had no physical ability or capacity, no quality of life, and I couldn't perform my normal activities. I was still unable to breathe normally, and I was referred to Memorial Sloan Cancer Center in Manhattan, not because I have cancer, but because their lung and airway scans, they have highly specialized advanced diagnostic and imaging equipment. I went there on June 15th. I went to MSK for evaluation, and their pulmonary physician ordered a chest scan with intravenous contrast. It was very difficult for me to travel into Manhattan and undergo all these tests, which I had on June 22nd. They're still trying to determine the damage to my airways. I'm still having severe attacks, inflammation, constricted airways, and I still can't breathe normally or carry on with my normal activities. After reviewing the exam, the test, and the radiology reports, the MSK specialist confirmed what my pulmonologist and the thoracic surgeon said, and I have the documentation from my pulmonologist that says avoiding exposure to smoke, particulate matter, soot, toxins, and pollutants that even come from wood fires is crucial to maintaining my health. The attack after his June 5th fire lasted 5 weeks. It ruined any enjoyment. That's when I'm off in the summer. Ruined any enjoyment. I couldn't do anything. And again, these units are not a recreational barbecue pit where someone is toasting marshmallows, and I have pictures and direct evidence and my witness who sees him burning construction materials from his business there. However, I still think that fireplace should not be allowed because even burning the regular wood, it's caused me to endure painful, time-consuming visits, tests, exposure to radiation, prescriptions, treatments, follow-ups, and large amounts of medical bills and paperwork that I'm still addressing to this day because not all those specialists are covered by insurance. This has been a part-time job. It's taken a large toll on us financially, on my physical health, on my quality of life, and it prohibits me from living safely. I can't live in my house safely, peacefully, or healthfully in my own home that I've been in for over 3 decades. We spoke to Mr. Argueta again to explain the situation and please ask him to stop. This is before we even went to the building department. He continued on with even larger fires. We saw him throwing huge pieces and chunks into already roaring fires and using implements to blow air and make them get larger and higher and more dangerous. And this, I have video documentation of this. When code enforcement visited the property and asked about the smoke, I'll wait till they can listen. Okay, so when code enforcement came and we got these notes through the FOIL request, Mr. Argueta told them that he was not using the fire units, he was only testing them, and that he used green wood, and that's why they smoke so much. So I think there's a clear pattern of not being truthful. The other structures, and I will show you pictures from the makeshift rooftops that he installs, disassembles, save the pieces, and put them back. There's a photo in Exhibit F of electric wiring dangling over the fire unit. The plastic covers, and I will point those out to you because this is significant because it's connected to these units. You can see them in Exhibit N, M, and N. Exhibit M, if you can find it, shows where the black posts are that he takes off the roofs and put them back on, and that they're contiguous to his garage, the fire units, and the structure. And with Yeah, it's plexiglass plastic. That's what he did. He enclosed the roofs, the walls, and this is extraordinarily dangerous.
Refer them to the exhibits.
Okay, if you see Exhibit N, there are 4 pages of it. Well, actually, N, the second page shows the plastic plexiglass walls that he enclosed. I'm gonna queue up the laptop. Do you know which ones they are?
Yeah, I do.
So you're gonna start from there, and then the other one, it says video fire use.
All right.
Do you wanna show the video? All right, well, I didn't know if you wanna see the video of not only the smoke, but of the lit and burning embers landing on the surrounding structures. You have them on flash drives, but nothing, the video's worth 1,000 pictures, I can assure you. It's on the flash drives. Okay. I made the video from my kitchen, I was standing at my back door, that's how close it is. Oh, numerous times, 3 times a week. I think that one, that might have been June 5th of 2022, but this was constant. And I can't. No, each video is an individual circumstance. Yeah, they're individual files.
They're individual instances.
Individual instances. It happened, from when it started, probably, he built it in 2022, the permanent fire structure, up till when the building department code enforcement thankfully went out there and he curtailed it. He didn't stop, but he curtailed he wasn't doing it 3 times a week anymore.
Approximately when did that take place?
The building department came in November and December and issued him violations for his.
What year?
2022.
Oh, 22. Is every fire picture on here of the structure that is the subject of the permit?
Yes.
None of them are the prior structures?
No.
Okay. Now, again, I will just say, to me, the fire and what he's burning there goes to enforcement and him not using it the way the permit envisioned. But I would suggest, and it's up to the chairman, that maybe we let Mr. Jaegers view this so he has an opportunity to be heard on the proposed admission of this as evidence. Would that make sense, Mr. Jagger?
Yes, there's another thing I just want to have a clarification on. Was there a violation process on this?
There was a violation because he runs a construction business out of his house, and other neighbors were complaining because.
Not on the actual.
I don't know. I think when the building inspector came, he saw storage of commercial materials. Go ahead.
I'll let you finish.
Okay.
I want to respond.
The building department came, and thankfully, I have to give a shout out to Mr. Corio, who has been nothing but professional and helpful in this. And he was issued violations for running a business out of his house, parking work vans, blocking everyone's street, having his workers come at 6:30, and having materials stored that were dangerous, and an unkempt property, which there is also many, many pictures of there of what the property looks like, which is a fire hazard in itself.
We included the violations in the binder, at least the ones that we're aware of that were issued on December 5th of 2022.
Can I see what page is that?
I am obtaining that.
Excuse me. Roughly, how long will it take to view that
How
video?
long what?
How long will it take to view that video? Is it 10 minutes,
No.
a half hour?
It's about a minute.
Oh, for
1
you?
minute? For
No,
the
the
for the whole
videos are like,
thing?
no, like there's a clip, say, of 44 seconds where you're
Right.
watching.
What's the total viewing
What's the
time?
total
Oh,
viewing?
I don't know, if just maybe not less than 5 minutes, because I included snippets for you, so you don't have to watch the whole thing.
So why
Is
do
that
we
what
have
you
them do
mean?
that while we go back and eat for a little bit?
It's allegedly on a thumb drive, which.
Yeah, I gave it to him.
But we have to let Mr. Jaggers see it, so he can be heard on, no, so he can be heard
We
on
have the
whether we admit
laptop.
it.
It's queued up on
But
the laptop.
what I
You can
want
watch
to do is
it.
let them watch it here while we go back. 15 minutes. Because we got a 2 o'clock calendar too.
Yeah, okay, and this, you can look at this, you look at this exhibit. This is the fire going way over the.
So,
This is the fire going several
All right.
stories in
Yeah,
the air.
okay. So what we're going to do is we're going to take a 5-minute break to give you the opportunity, to give Mr. Yeagers the opportunity to view that, and then we'll discuss the
Well,
admissibility
can I,
of it.
I had one more thing in my statement, if I
Oh,
may.
go right ahead.
Okay,
Finish
on-
up.
Okay, on July 26th, the temperature was in excess of 90 degrees Fahrenheit during a heat wave. The EPA, local authorities issued a heat and quality air index warning. For some unknown reason, Mr. Argueta actually set a fire that day. I emailed him to advise him to cease these activities, which is a copy in this binder, saying that it was exacerbating my asthmatic condition and demanding he stop. Again, no response. And also that we had to pay $500 for this hearing, and someone in the building department recommended that we perhaps ask for a refund of that because I don't think we should be here.
Okay.
An attorney, free.
And other things.
So we're gonna take an adjournment while Mr. Jaggers can watch the video, and then we can hear about the admissibility.
Okay, this is his garage with the chimney. Don't touch it.
Take it back.
Take it back a
Yeah,
little?
take
Oh,
it
all right,
back.
hold on.
Couple months.
No, Phoebe.
All right.
All right, here it goes. There's lit and burning embers going 3 stories high, landing on his roof, his pergola, his structures, my garage, and the trees in the back and the vegetation. Just watch it shoot out next. Is that normal?
Just let him look.
Those are on fire.
No, I'm not, I mean, when was this from? Do you know about?
This was June of 2022.
Okay,
And then I'll show you,
so what it purports to be, so.
and then I'll show you the smoke. This is not normal smoke. This is what makes me very ill.
Just let
Look,
him look.
tell me what, Phoebe,
Yeah,
you tell me if that's a normal backyard fire pit, then anyone should be subjected to not being able to use their house. Neighbors all around.
when was the date on that one? You know when
I
the
have
date
to look.
was? Okay, but
But is
You
it,
could get
this goes on 3 times a week. That's not true. That's not true. July 26th on a 90-degree day. I'm sorry.
We're not on the record now, so.
Thank you. Thank you. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Not only is this hearing complete, but that a certificate of completion is issued on construction hearing.
Thank you.
But-
Oh,
But you haven't made a decision yet, so we don't know whether,
he's just banning him. will.
Thank you.
Thank you.
But, Chairman, I believe we're gonna grant a continuation, so should we should do that on the record, obviously. Yes. So we'll do it 2 o'clock, and then you guys will be able to put on the case that that was time to review all the documents that. Yes.
If there are any further submissions, we would want an opportunity to see them.
Can I please have your card?
I'll give you my contact info. Yeah. I went to Manhattan College for my master's in engineering. High school, California. Los Angeles.
Mr. Regano,
Right, no.
my dad had a shop in Ozone Park, not far from your, where your office is, on 101st Avenue, 97th Street.
Street. My father had a body shop for 40 years behind.
Because you have a store there, right? Angelo Carrillo. He had a, right next to the Chase Bank, yeah.
Yeah.
That's exactly where we were, 9917, 101st, yeah, that's exactly where we were, yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have to stay?
It makes sense to have them on the same day. That's what we did in this case. I don't think we're gonna go over. No. We already tried to get one to the 7th, call, the permits are awesome, let them know. I don't think that much for that. Let's go forward there.
Do we have to stay till we stay till they come back, right?
Industrial incinerator.
Yeah, you're probably not even gonna get to talk.
I'll come back next time.
Getting used to being here.
Thank you. No, we have a lot of cousins. We had cousins that lived over there. They went to. Pardon?
Oh, yeah.
We had 2 uncles who were real estate agents. One in Forest Park, one in New Hyde Park.
But we were from East New York originally, and then to
Everybody-
Ozone Park, and
Everybody came from East New York.
Can you help me see what his phone number is, Fred's?
yeah.
631-682. Just, yeah.
So we're waiting for Dave.
Yeah. we're packing up, thank you.
And, we're gonna call you again to put on record that somebody.
Wait, so,
What? We don't have a date. We have not done that.
Okay.
Everyone needs to be here to grant.
but do we have to wait, for them to come back? Okay. Yeah, right, but when are they gonna, like, are we staying here today, or are we, like, are they hearing us today, or we're waiting for them to give us another date? Okay, so we'll wait for them to come back. Thank you.
So, all right, thank you.
Hey, Bob, how are you? Hanging in. Did you have a question?
I guess I'll ask the chairman. I will have a question when he wants to, about the continuance. I want to know if we are still going to be able to present testimony at the next
If you
hearing.
are, it can't be redundant with what we
mess you got us into.
Yeah, we're going to do it continuing. Okay. Mr. Yeagers, have you had a chance to review and you don't have any objections? So we will admit the thumb drives into evidence.
I'll take it.
And in light of the lengthy testimony we heard this morning, and in light of the volume of evidence that we have yet to consider, we're going to grant this case a continuance. And Mr. Gamoka, we have another calendar that we have to address this afternoon. And Mr. Gamoka, do you want to offer something on the part of your client with respect to burning anything in any of the structures?
One thing can I just say first, that the video will be marked as Exhibit 8 for anyone who needs to refer to in the future.
Mr. Gamoka.
In light of our discussion, Mr. Chairman, I have discussed with my client through the interpreter the fact that he, by order of this board, is not permitted to burn anything until such time as
The certificate of completion
either granted or a certificate of completion
is
issued by the Department of Buildings. He's fully aware of that. We have the interpreter explaining that to him right now.
if you will, he's not to burn anything in that structure unless and until a certificate of completion is issued. That has nothing to do with the conclusion of this case. He's not supposed to be burning anything until the certificate of completion is issued, whether or not that happens. Correct?
That's correct.
And he agrees to that.
That's our understanding. Through the interpreter, he agrees to that, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
One other housekeeping matter. So, given that this is going to have a continuance granted, you had indicated you wanted to use your exhibits in the applicant's request for a pergola. So I think that makes sense for me to return these to you for that purpose. And again, as we discussed, you'll want to probably mark one, get it into the file as the official exhibit in that file. And then you can have the others to make use of, bring them back whenever you want it.
We're going to have to set a date. And
I'm sorry, was it the whole package for the pergolas? Okay, so I got it.
as we understand it, the attorney for the town has indicated that he would like a copy of the minutes, and that's going to take us a couple of weeks, 2 or 3 weeks.
You'd like to get a copy, but you didn't.
Yeah. So in
We
light
would
of
also
that,
like a copy.
okay,
Yeah, well,
and that'll be,
we don't provide them, right? They go directly to you to get those?
yeah. The agency, okay.
So whoever wants copies, the only reason the issue was brought up is because it will take 2 weeks or so. So whoever wants copies, they go to you, Gail?
So what date, I'm not sure we're going to be able to do this on the 7th. What date are you comfortable with for continuing this case? You're going to have to get the minutes, you're going to have to review the minutes, town's going to have to review all the other material. Right, absolutely. Okay, can you agree, is March, okay?
The beginning of March, maybe?
Pardon?
The beginning of March, maybe?
What dates do we have? When do we have time?
We don't, we're going to look at it. Oh. In the interim,
Just a minute.
while they're figuring out dates, can I ask you, they said that there were some questions that I had some that the applicants couldn't answer. If you're submitting materials, can you answer any of those questions? For example, I was trying to figure out what materials were with the building department when they made the decisions, what weren't, and any of those other questions. If you're submitting materials, they said that I had questions that can clarify the process, that'd be helpful.
We suggest 30 days.
Judge, I was just curious if the pergola application be joined, so we're not coming back. That gives everybody ample time.
What say you about the?
Yes,
I
we're,
think they should be joined for purpose of hearing, but the same day might be.
yeah, we would prefer the same day, separate matters.
Christina, or? Same day. But not the same, we can. That's too soon.
We'll contact Curtis or else and let them know that the case has been, so should we put that on?
The 13th, we can't move it all.
Do you think we should make that, well, do you think that we should make it for that record that it's been adjourned? So we're gonna be,
Was there anyone, was there, but we're not hearing them together.
it's just the same date.
Was there anyone else here on that case?
Which case?
Yeah, and we'll
Okay.
look at the file to make sure that we notify everybody.
We're
And
we're
we'll
also,
have the interpreter here that day as well, correct?
yes.
Thank you, sir.
We're going to adjourn the pergola case to the same date. What time? Both cases at 11 o'clock?
Is there a sooner date? I mean, that is almost 2 months from now.
It's not going to use it.
Pardon me?
Well, it's, I guess for us as well, it's the tension of waiting 2 more months with this matter unresolved. So if an earlier date is
Really?
available and suitable, I would request that.
Mr. Jenkins?
Okay.
I don't know what we have.
No harm, no foul. He's not, yeah, I understand your concern about the tension. However, I think in the interest of expediency and giving everyone the opportunity to review everything that you've submitted, and we're going to put it on for the 13th of March, both cases.
And
Separate
thank you,
cases,
Chair.
11 o'clock.
And we didn't have a witness who, our other witness who did not speak. So there are a couple other points
That's
that we
why
didn't
it's,
address.
that's why it's a continuance. She'll be given the opportunity to speak. We're not precluding her from speaking.
Thank you.
Okay?
Thank you.
Thank you. Have a nice day. Who makes arrangements for the interpreter to come? And she'll be here. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Pardon? Yes. Yes. We did. Yeah. We did it. Yeah. Yep. Okay. What motion? Okay.
Mr. Chairman, I would just move that at this time, we close the morning calendar, stand adjourned until such time as we begin the afternoon calendar in about 1 minute.
30 seconds. Second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed, any abstentions? Morning calendar is adjourned.